from the chat. We are waiting for other people to join, so we'll begin exactly at 8:30. So for those who have joined us, kindly introduce yourself through the chat. Thank you. Good morning once more, and welcome again to our second day meeting for our Reflection and Learning Symposium. Thank you so much for joining us again. For those who joined us yesterday and those who are joining us for the first time today, we say thank you so much for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Kerema. I work for Uraia Trust as the Institutional Transformation Manager. I warmly welcome you to this meeting. And I hope that as we begin, we'll continue interacting and we learn from each other, and also get to really interact and listen to the impact stories that we have been able to realize through our work. So kindly introduce yourself through the chat, and the chat has different tabs. Kindly use the tab that goes to all the panelists and the attendees, so that you are able to introduce yourself to all the panelists and the attendees. So this reflection meeting, we are looking at sharing at our impact stories that we have been able to achieve throughout for the last 5 years. As you are aware, Uraia, we are a national organization that has been doing civic education, and we have been focusing on key focus areas, that is entrenching constitutionalism, promoting free and fair elections, as well as addressing historical political marginalization of persons with disabilities, women and youth, and also minority groups. So really we are coming together during this time to share our impact stories and the results that we have been able to realize over the years. And as Uraia been working together with our partners, both at the county and the national level. And we have also been partnering with our civic educators. We have civic educators all over the country in all the 47 counties. We also have budget facilitators, and we have been partnering also with the state institutions, national and county governments, as well as the constitutional commissions, private sector, and also other organizations. So really our implementation strategy has been we have been able to realize these results through partnering with county and national partners, as well as the government institutions. So today, really, we are coming together to see what we have been able to do for the last 5 years. As you are aware, we've been implementing a program called Rooting Democracy in Kenya through an informed citizenry. And over the last 5 years, we have realized key results key milestones and the key impact that today we are really celebrating, and just wanted to share this with everyone, and for us to be able also to learn from the key results that we have been able to realize. So just to inform you that we are also live on Facebook. You can also engage us through our social media. Our hashtag is Uraia Story. You can engage us through that platform. And therefore, I really want to welcome you to this meeting, and just feel free to share with us your views. If you have any question after the presentation, then we have a platform there, a Q&A platform. Then you'll be where you'll be requested to just post your question there, and the presenters will be able to respond to that. So allow me to share with you the program for the day. Kindly, IT, could you kindly enable me to share my screen, please?
Done. Sorry for that.
Yes, thank you so much. So I would want to take you through the program. Just a brief recap on what was presented yesterday. Yesterday we had key presentations from a number of partners, and what was presented yesterday was just a highlight of the impact stories that we've been able to realize. We had a number of our partners who did presentations on various areas. We also had the artists who did various performances, and therefore today we are progressing with the program for today. But I just want to give you a highlight of what was presented yesterday. Yesterday we were taken through Uraia's theory of change by our head of programs, Nancy Wamoya, who took us through Uraia's theory of change, explaining how we have been able to achieve the results that we are sharing today. Then we had another presentation from Bansi Kibuda. Bansi Kibuda from CTL took us through an impact story on community participation and the strategic partnerships. We also had a presentation from Kwacha on influencing service delivery, and that presentation was done by Johnston Kalama. We also had a presentation of on open contracting experiences by Grace Mumo. And from all these presentations, there were key impact stories and key milestones that were shared with all of us. I know a number of you asked questions that we were not able to respond to. So for today, we'll be able to respond to those questions. And if you have any other questions from the presentations that were done yesterday, kindly feel free to post them on the Q&A platform, and we'll be able to respond to that. So today, today's program, we start with the national anthem and the East African anthem. The national anthem will be led by Abubakar, who is our civic education manager, and the Eastern African anthem will be led by Carol Nyamo, who is our civic engagement manager. So after that, we shall have the first presentation of the day, which really is on a theme on inclusion of women in governance and political processes. And that presentation will be made by Lilian Kangede from Crown Trust. Crown Trust is Uraia's national partner that really has been doing work around promoting inclusion of women and in governance and political processes. They've also been advocating for socio-economic and political rights of women, and really are doing a lot of advocacy around safeguarding women gains as contained in the Constitution. So we'll be hearing that from Lilian, and that will be our first presentation. Then after that, we shall have a plenary whereby we'll be able to respond to any question that you may have. After that, we shall have a second presentation which will be from CGD, that is Center for Governance and Development. And that presentation will be made by Masime, who is the Executive Director of CGD. CGD has also been our national partner for more than for approximately 3 years, and have been doing a lot of work on environmental governance. And therefore, we'll be listening what they have been able to do for the last number of years on work around environmental governance. Thereafter, we shall have a plenary after that presentation, and then we will we'll go for a health break. After health break, there has been a slight change of the program. We'll be having a presentation from Cornelius Odwol from the Center for Enhancing Democracy and Good Governance. Cornelius Odwol is the Executive Director of the Center for Enhancing Democracy and Good Governance. So that's the presentation that we'll be having from 10 to 20, and that's the slight change that that has been made on the program. Then after that presentation, we shall have a presentation from Habel Ouma. Habel Ouma is our budget facilitator from Kakamega. He has done a lot of work on budget facilitation, and especially engaging persons with disability, and therefore we'll be listening from him during this time. Our last presentation will be from Kenya Human Rights Commission, and that presentation will be made at around 11:30. And that will be the last presentation for the day today. Kenya Human Rights Commission has been Uraia's partners since 2016, and these are the partner that has done a lot of work on promoting and protection of human rights in the country, and therefore we'll be listening to them to hear what have they been able to realize for during the last 5 years, what challenges they have been experiencing, and what lessons have they learned, and what sustainability measures have they been able to put in place to ensure that the result that they have been able to achieve for the last 5 years are maintained even after the project has ended. Thereafter, we shall have 2 performances, a skit by Leader Arts and also a skit from Taga organization. Leader Arts are from Narok County, and they've been using arts to undertake civic education through use of arts, and they've been doing this for the last 5 years. So we'll be listening to them. That will be around 12:10. Then after that, we shall have the Tanga organization. Tanga organization is a group from Tana River, and they'll be making their presentation on public participation in county budget processes. So that will be the program for today. After that, we shall have a vote of thanks that will be given by Nancy Wamwea, and we shall close by our national anthem. So those who are still joining us, kindly introduce yourself through the chat. When you click on the chat, there are different tabs. Use the tabs that goes to the panelists and to all the attendees as well. So allow me to invite Caroline and Abu to kindly start us off with the national anthem and the East African anthem. Welcome, Carol.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tulijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you so much, Karo and Abu, for that. Yeah, once again, let me welcome all of you. Those who are joining us, kindly introduce yourself via the chat box. When you click on the chat box, you'll be able to see different tabs. Kindly select the one that goes to the panelists and the attendees so that you are able to introduce yourself to all of us. So we are going to the first presentation of the day. Kindly, as the presenter makes her presentation, if you have any question, kindly post your question on the Q&A platform, and we'll be able to respond to your questions. You can also raise your hand and we'll be able to see you and request you to just ask your question, and we'll be able to respond to your question. So kindly, let me also introduce myself again. I know there are those who had joined, who had not joined when I introduced myself first. My name is Elizabeth Kirema. I work for Uraia Trust as the Institution Transformation Manager. Welcome so much, and I really thank you for being part of us today. I know there are those who are here yesterday, and you have also joined us today. For those who are joining us today for the first time, kindly feel welcomed, and we are really glad to have you in our meeting today. So allow me to invite our first presenter for the day. As I said, the first presentation that we are having today is from a community advocacy and awareness, that is Crown Trust. Crown Trust is also the conveners of the National Women Steering Committee, and Crown Trust has been a national partner for Uraia for a number of years, and we have partnered with them actually since 2015 to really do work around promoting inclusion of women in political and governance processes. And as I said earlier, Crown Trust has really done a lot of work and good work in promoting socioeconomic and political rights of women, and also advocating for the realization of the two-third gender rule and safeguarding the rights of women as contained in the Constitution. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Lilian Kanyethe, who is the Programs Manager of Crown Trust, to take us through the presentation. Thank you. Welcome, Lilian. Hello, is Lillian with us? Lillian, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Sorry about that. Sorry
Okay,
about
thank
that.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Njoki Chege, for helping me know that we are not together. Otherwise, I did not know. But my name is Lillian Kangethe. I work for Crown Trust, which is Community Advocacy and Awareness Trust. And we also convene the National Women's Steering Committee, as Elizabeth has mentioned. And our story is about inclusion of women in governance and political processes. And we are interested in this because we consider ourselves or identify ourselves as change catalysts. And we do this so that we can provide women, girls with the voices, with a platform, with the tools to effect change at their community, at their individual levels, and also at different spheres, whether social, economic, and political. So today we'll talk about more about the political part of it, because this is what Uraia has graciously funded us over the years, and we really acknowledge the support and appreciate, because through you have sustained our efforts, because with this journey there is need for more pushback. On to the next slide. Okay, to some of you today, probably you do not understand why women are always asking for their rights. To some of you, you are our partners and you understand this journey very well. But whatever level you are at, we ask you to join us in this journey to think through and to really think about women's rights. Women make up half of the population in Kenya, and everybody knows that. But we find that this demographic is largely left behind. There is a narrative that women have made big strides, so they don't need any more rights. But the fact on the ground is different, and we can see it even in the enactment of policies. There is systemic marginalization over time, meaning women are guaranteed rights in the constitution. It's actually one of the best constitution, having gone through historical studies, having done a technical paper that actually was showing how much women were really not prioritized in the constitution. But in the 2010 constitution, women are actually put at the center and are guaranteed these rights. And we know that for us, one of the most notable areas where women have been neglected is in the area of the 2/3 gender implementation. And basically this means that the constitution provides for women to be elected or be appointed in public, especially let's talk about public institutions. They have a right to be included in decision-making positions. For us, decision-making positions is not just that you are a leader, that you can say you are a leader, that you're benefiting from being a leader, that you're a celebrity. No, for us, decision-making, being at the decision-making means that you are determining your livelihood. You're able to influence what is being prioritized for you. And we know you can't always rely on people to really put your agendas across, and even to put them in a way that they understand, that you understand them, and the way they actually affect you. So we are very serious about decision making implementation, implementation of women to really occupy decision making spaces, so that they can effect change, not just in their community, because women no longer just belong to the homes. They also need to be in different platforms. We have also noted the issue of threats to women's gains, and I think you've seen with narratives going around which negate the value of women, and also with different proposals coming up that negates those provisions. And our key point there is that women's rights are democratic rights. So next slide. So let's also keep that in mind, that in our work, we've been clear that women's rights are democratic rights, and abuse of them also is a deviance from the democratic rights we have from the Constitution. In the three projects we've been having, beyond quotas and consolidating the gender agenda, and the women holding the line, some of the situation we've noted is the lack of awareness from women on their social and economic and political rights. We have few engagements by women and stakeholders in demanding for inclusivity. So some women are not aware that they should take up those positions, and that's why we've been doing capacity building to inform people about those rights. Some of them actually don't know that they have such rights now in the Constitution 2010. We also have few candidates for elective and appointive positions. So meaning the supply of women who can occupy those positions is also less, meaning we don't have a pool. And also lack of coordinated means for raising alternative voices and participation of women in this governance and political processes. This is where we all know that coordinated efforts, they bring change. And sometimes if we are disjointed, we really can't have a laser focus opportunity to effect change. So just having that disjointed and lacking alternative voices, people who are saying different from the norm or from the rather political rhetoric, has been an issue. And we have been building the capacity of women leaders to do that. There is also the negative perception on women's contribution in governance and political processes, where women are told they have come to reap where they did not sow. I think you've heard about it. And the case about nominated leaders, I think you've all heard about the names they are called. You've heard about the things that they lack, and yet they are guaranteed in the Constitution, which some of them they are getting now. And the discrimination of women in political parties, where they are shortchanged, maybe after being mobilizers and things like that. So this has been the situation, and much more. And of course, there is also the alignment according to tribal lines. So what has changed through our project's intervention is the conversion of women into gender equality champions at the local level and the national level, and the alternative voices are being heard. So from a point where they were not aware, to a point where they understand these rights, and to a point where they are now responsive, and they are trying to transform the community. So we've seen the shift from that just sensitization to responsive, and now trying to really break the ceiling in terms of transforming through enactment of policies. And the voices of women, especially like the women holding the line, has been heard through radio, where women have been participating, through stakeholder forums, where we did forums in 20 counties. The women would come together. They would through their MCAs, they would mobilize the county stakeholders, different county leads, and have discussions around that, and prioritize issues and seek clarifications on issues. And of course, we've also been doing national consultative forums, where women have been talking about the national discourses happening, and their grievances, and basically targeting different stakeholders. We've also seen an increased supply of women leaders. I will show you later. There was a scorecard that we did in 2016, and I'll get to inform you more about how the numbers changed. Even if not so much, there was a change in that. Then we've also seen women actually demanding for their constitution, constitutional rights in terms of cabinet list. I'll also talk about that later. And due to the consistency on advocating for the two-thirds gender principle, we've also seen a major change which did lift the women movement and actually demonstrate that there is a political cost to shortchanging women. Although of course it's been not prioritized, but the Chief Justice advisory by Justice Maraga did give women an upper hand on the advisory on dissolution of parliament for failure to enact the two-thirds gender principle. So many stakeholders are involved, and Crown and National Women are part of these stakeholders just giving pushback about this. We have also contributed to policy reforms, and these policy reforms have only been possible because of capacity building of party leaders, of women from political party leagues. And lastly, also, even as we continue with the story, it's a visibility of women's historical contribution, which has been amplified now. Previously, as I mentioned, women have been seen that they never contributed. But we did a technical paper in 2020, and it was more of a gendered technical paper, and we went through the different historical periods and tried to identify were there women back then. And yes, indeed there are women. It's documented in the technical paper, and you can get to read about it. So, and disseminating this to the women in the counties and through radio and through other various means, documentaries and things like that, actually build the self-confidence of women and revive the movement last year, because women could now see themselves, and this has contributed to amplification of women, and we'll get to see more about that. So we are told that women of today owe it not only to ourselves, but also to the women who were before us, who fought hard and relentlessly to deliver us a constitutional order with great gains for women. We can't forget to acknowledge all those women who fought for what we have today. So I did mention about the scorecard that we did, and we can see the difference on the table on your left. It shows the situation as it was during the 2013 general elections. We had no governor, no senator, no 16 women MPs and 81 women MCAs. And now we have three governors, 3 senators, 23 women MPs and women MCAs, our 96. So we have seen that change, and the scorecard helped to inform women that this is actually the status, because data helps us to know the situation at hand, really, besides just talk. Some of the things that we've influenced as Crown Trust and the National Women's Steering Committee is actually on policy and legal initiatives. Like, we did develop a popular initiative called the GAC, Green Amendment Campaign. So probably some of you have seen it, or maybe not, but it's a mechanism for the attaining the two-thirds gender representation. So the women movement actually has a mechanism. Though Parliament fails to provide a mechanism, the women movement has one. And during the support with Uraia, we collected 500 signatures. Up to now, there are more signatures which just are pending verification. But back then, we had collected 500 signatures. We also influenced stakeholders such as legislators and stakeholders to come up with more bills. Some of you have heard about the Duale bill, Sholei bill, Kewopa bill, and so many other bills that were for the women movement and others not for it. So we are happy that we managed to influence that, because then that means there's more talk about how that can be achieved, although we know that that has also been shelved. The other thing is that Uraia has really helped us in mobilizing women, as I mentioned, to just keep the pressure on, because I think that's the only way, or we think that's the only way to address these issues. And in 2016, there was the nominations, cabinet nominations, and through Raya Support, we mobilized women to carry out our advocacy activities, and the list was recalled, and the women were added to the list, and the hashtag was recall the list KE. I think you can see a woman there wearing a t-shirt with the branded on that, and we see that as putting women really championing the inclusion of women in governance. And we still know that cabinet still has pending, has not attained the 2/3 gender principle, but back then we were able to influence that. We've also facilitated women into advocacy spaces, like as I mentioned, the building linkages with county stakeholders, and for national stakeholders, we've had representatives meet the IEBC and also participating in ORPP processes that have led to that has contributed to voices on revising the party primary bills and other bills, political parties act, which are still pending but under review. And then just to make sure that we are also including women as part of governance and as part of getting what they are supposed to have in decision-making structures. And we've also facilitated the development of the Kajiado gender policy. It's unfortunate that women have to work hard, have to work twice as hard to get half the recognition that men get. It's so unfortunate. But that is the reality, and which we are also trying to change through addressing patriarchal structures. We have contributed to knowledge materials, development of knowledge materials, and especially on gendered civic education resources. It's not easy to find gendered civic education resources, meaning civic education resources where women have where they have a focus on women, especially. Gender is both male and female, and we acknowledge shared spaces, but because of marginalization, the prioritization of women and the visibility of women has been prioritized, and we undertook the Women Holding the Line to really show what women have done, and to us this was a success, just highlighting women in history, what they did, how they contributed to constitution making, how they contributed to development, to national development. We have people like Martha Karua, we have people like Wangari Maathai, we have Muthoni wa Kirema, we have showed people, young people like Chelagat Mutai, and so many different, Phoebe Asio, so many Priscilla Abwao, the first woman actually recorded to have been engaging in constitution making. So it's a document that we also encourage you to just also reach out to Raya or reach out to us to read and to use for your consumption, whether it's in schools or in CSO with CSOs, and or in your writings or in your references. And through this paper, we did develop a dissemination manual, so it's also available, and other tools, and we reached about 9 million people through this dissemination, indirectly and directly. And so we are happy that we have some kind of civic education that talks about the provisions in the Constitution. So as I mentioned, we have rejuvenated the women's movement, and also We have contributed to women's recognition for their efforts. We have, last year, we had Grace Onyango, who was one of the women featured. And after posting her story in social media, the Kisumu County government feted her for her exemplary leadership and fight for human rights. The next slide shows her picture. Okay, sorry, I think it might have disappeared. Sorry about that. But we do have Grace Onyango, Honorable Grace Onyango, and you can read her story more on that. And last year, it was a good thing to see her being recognized despite her all, and now that she's finally been recognized. So that's our awareness reach. You can see 9 million. We reach 20 counties through the Women Holding the Line, through opportunistic forums 1697, through community radios in the last campaign where we did Alinda Katiba video, and we have more engagements on radio, about 5.9 million through radio. Next slide. And through social media, we've also managed to influence. We have 2.1 million initially, and then we also later had another 1 million, and cumulatively we were able to reach at least 3.1 impressions and about 233 engagements. We found that telling the stories of women, what they did in the past, really did create a buzz online, and people are eager to know who are these our heroines. So we also did enjoy just getting to go back through history and learning more, and that's where you would see those engagements. Yeah, so here is the photo of Grace Onyango with the governor, Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, and you can see she was feted for being the first Kenyan woman MP in Kenya. And for even young people to see this, I think it's also inspiration and inspires them to also join this decision making tables and to show that it can be done. So we have one testimonial from our M&E exercise, and a participant from South Rift mentioned that the impact of the documentary on women aired, which helped understand the integral role women have played in the struggle for democracy in the country. She has tried to use the knowledge acquired to try to change the perception of men in women's leadership and encourage women to demand a seat at the table. So we can also see our National Women's Steering Committee coordinators just also being impacted by the things that we were also doing, like documentaries and the videos we were taking out also. And then we have on lessons learned. What we learned is we had a heightened appreciation on working in partnership with various stakeholders. This journey was not possible just with Crown alone. We coordinated with the Uraia civic educators on the ground in the 20 counties for civic education and for stakeholders engagement. We also had our very own National Women's Steering Committee coordinators on the ground also assisting the civic educators. We had student leaders. We had from KUSO. We also had MCAs mobilized through the Women Caucus, the MCA's Women Caucus. And we did get to do some good work on bringing people together, women together for linkages. And it's something we know that works, but it was more heightened. And then, of course, the use of technology. When we started the Women Holding the Line project, we did not anticipate COVID, but COVID hit all of us. But through technology, we were able to just turn things around and be able to meet virtually. The other thing, and also very important, and also part of recommendations from the technical position paper, is that women should continue to build their version of truth. In a society where the truth is often muzzled to an extent you can't recognize it, women will need to take control of their knowledge generation processes so that they develop truth based on their experiences and realities. I think I can't emphasize much. The sentence is really explanatory, and I wanted to read as it is because there's an issue of visibility of women, and there's the issue of women telling their own truth. So women are encouraged to do that. On challenges, we lack a political goodwill. That's obvious on enactment of women's rights. I think you've seen that whenever there's no sitting, there's no quorum in parliament, and also whenever there is the delay, also the advisory not being acted on shows outright lack of political goodwill. We also have the unpredictable governance and political processes due to failure to adhere to constitutionalism. And we've seen national processes that are so unpredictable. With the constitution, there is predictability, but some processes have come up and we really can't know where we are headed to. And the other one is balkanization according to tribal lines. This is still much with us. People are aligning according to their ethnicity, and of course political leaders really not serving the leaders because of survival. If your party is really going to chuck you out, then you better align. So we lose out in that sense. What has worked well, we acknowledge all the consultants we worked with. They were passionate, they were critical thinkers, they were experts in their field, and they really did help us to develop knowledge products that were relevant and were speaking to us and the rest of the women. And also we did give them access to pre-activity, so meaning we were preparing them ahead of time and just synthesize issues and see them in different perspectives before their actual work, like joining national validations, working sessions, and things like that. On strategic communication, we used a wide channels like radio shows, and also just preparing resources in advance, like for example using the illustrations that we developed for the popular version, which is in Kiswahili. It's translated. So we use those illustrations to be used in social media advocacy as well. We did prepare media briefs in Swahili in advance. So the pre-preparation was part of the strategic communication and more. In terms of collaborations, I mentioned that. I won't go back there. Maybe I left out the social media influencers who also helped us to amplify the voice online. And then on COVID-19 mitigation and technology, I mentioned that. So we had to redesign our project. We initially had remote meetings, kongamano meetings, and now we changed them to video and radio. Next. On sustainability, we hope that that the TOTs we trained will continue with the work. We also hope that the knowledge products will be of benefit both online and offline. We propose that Uraia adopts the information materials we developed as part of national civic and political education, and also the linkages we build that will be sustained and will be used for lobbying. And then communication channels like WhatsApp will be utilized, those ones that were formed. Next slide. I mentioned before, we take this opportunity to acknowledge and appreciate Uraia for helping us to continue catalyzing women into gender equality champions and helping us to still manage to put up a consistent push towards realizing inclusivity and democracy, because the fight is not yet over. And I hope that soon we'll be able to have shared spaces. We hope that. There is a video that that's available. Kindly can hear it. It's a part of the impact stories from different people, especially young people.
Mama, unajua wewe ndio backbone.
anytime naenda off track wewe ndio unisaidia ku hold the line chini yako jo. Alafu unajua decision yote ile na make lazima uwe part of guide the nation, guide the continent, guide the world.
My name is Javan, also known as Javan the Poet. I'm the convener of Art for Social Justice under the Justice Center's working group. I'm also the assistant administrator of Dandora Community Justice Center.
Hi, I'm Irene Maina, an actress, a member of the Social Justice Center's Traveling Theatre, a member of the Women in Justice Centers, a gender advocate. Women Holding the Line has impacted me on a personal level by empowering me further with the knowledge to tackle the system that is patriarchy in our community.
Hi, I'm Sally Kivaya from Kayole Community Justice Center. I'm a writer. Women Holding the Line means women telling their own stories. And this empowers me to write and make content speaking about the strength of women, speaking about the resilience of women and how they are impacting a positive change in the community.
My name is Lorraine Ochieng, a gender champion. Women Holding the Line has really inspired me as an advocate of social and gender-based violence. It has inspired me to work with both teenagers at the community level, like advocate, teaching them about like the importance of their gender. How do you appreciate like a man? How do you appreciate as a woman? Because when we speak of leadership, women in leadership, we all need this both gender to make a certain impact. Having these mentorship sessions, like what is leadership? What is the importance of having a woman as a leader? That has been a conversation that I've started and we have started as the Uraia Community Justice Center to ensure that at the basic level, from the grassroots level, that the children are aware of the rights right from that stage.
The project Women Holding the Line that I've taken part in, I've mobilized, I've organized, and as you see behind me, we also did a graffiti of Martha Karua and key women that have been in the space of advocacy and also pushing for women leadership, because we see this as a challenge and they are the people who set the pace and opened up the space for many women. This project particularly has made me see the key women that some of them I never interacted with past the books, to see their work deeper and also to understand that this is a challenge that we need to tackle as people, both men and women.
The Women Holding the Line has impacted women in Dandora and also in the informal settlements to know that they have a voice, that their voice is important, their voice must be heard.
What impacted me was, first when I was looking at Wangari Maathai's story, it impacted me in a way that she overcame the struggles she was facing, the opposition. So this inspired me that despite the negative comments we hear as women, be it our marital status, be it whether you have children or not, be it your skin color, your body shape, Wangari Maathai inspired me that you can overcome the negative comments and still make a change in the community.
This has been a very impactful during COVID-19, and I've seen like we both girls and women have come out. They have stand strong, kujiamini, meaning that they have self-trust, and this self-trust is what is going to see in future that these women are going to be leaders.
The project itself has made me to see things clearer in terms of seeking justice and leadership for women, so that the future has many women in power, many women in spaces of leadership, and also just saying where we need to be as people. So the project Women Holding the Line that I've been part of is something that I'm looking to still be part of in the future, so that as many women can be part of a conversation that sees a leadership and a country that has women in the forefront. The impact that this project has had and particularly as an artist, knowing that artistry reaches out to people differently, it is that the songs that we did, the graffiti that we did put continuously talks to people differently, makes them a lot of the conversation that goes on, so that we don't stop in the journey of seeking clarity, seeking leadership, and also advocacy for women, but rather to have it live with us. So the impact is continuing, and this graffiti lives on, the songs that we've done lives on, and I know that will only do us much better. Thank you.
My name is Esther Gaido, representative of PWDs in Kajiado North constituency. I have gained a lot of knowledge about women in Kenya, especially in my county Kajiado, how to hold women cases, and about our rights in the Constitution of 2010. In my area, we have done a lot. Number one, we have taught our girls how to avoid FGM. Number two, early marriages. Number three, they have moved from one place to another and formed many groups. They have understood their rights and started mobilizing women to be in the next general election to fight for their rights. I can see there is a lot of change. Many cases which were taken to chief's office, we can handle them together now. Women were not elected in any committees, e.g. schools, hospitals, and chief barazas, etc. But now we have cheerleaders in schools, hospitals, we have treasurers, and wazee wa vijiji.
My name is Regina Wambui from Uraia County. I am also the coordinator of the National Women's Steering Committee in this region. And I was part of the Women Holding Line project, which for me, that's a very, also a very unique and a good project. Through this project, we were able to do two petitions. One petition is from Maragua sub-county, Maragua sub-county, Kimorori Wempa ward. That was that is a petition that was done by a community at Katipanga. Katipanga is a health care center. There was a maternity wing that had been that had started, but with the previous government before we got into devolution, and it has stalled for 8 years. And we, the community feels that this is a waste of resources. So the community wrote a petitioned the county government to look into it and also allocate some resources to ensure that it is complete and it's operational. And this petition is at the committee stage. So we are hoping with after the county assembly resumes, then we can be able to look into whether this has been allocated. And we are also following up with the finance CEC to see if there's in any way that we can have allocation, at least to complete the building, so that it doesn't, we still don't continue wasting resources on something that is not useful to the community. We also did another petition for Makuyu ward in Milimani village. Makuyu ward is also in Maragua sub-county, in Milimani village. There are some roads that are very much, they're not impassable anytime it rains, and the drainage systems are very bad. So once it rains, the run of water destroys crops. It also causes a lot of damage, even sometimes to people's homesteads, because the water is just too much. These are two petitions that are already at the committee stage, and we are hoping that the county assembly will look into the petitions and give recommendations through this project. And it was a very short project, if I may say. And we feel that there are things that could have been done if this project was prolonged for a year or so. And that could be probably our suggestions are that we could have civic educators who can carry out civic education continuously so we can have like sustainable civic education, because the power of a woman in decision making is cannot be underestimated.
Women are strong, and this project has really given them their voice back, their strength, and they're taking their spaces unapologetically. The project of women holding the front line has really influenced women to know that they have a space, but they have to take it. It's not going to be given to them.
What I personally propose and suggest is one, that we have many people get engaged. We have as many women who are in the communities to be part of this conversation. For example, we have women writers, we have women citizen journalists, we have women artists, and also have as much artistry to be part of this. We just did poetry and graffiti music. And what I know, we can have theater as part of this. We can have writers and photographers join. So I'm looking forward to having the donors come forth and further into the ground and engage as many people as possible, so that it is not just centralized in one space, but rather goes further to empower.
Thank you to Crown Trust and the development partners for bringing this project to us, Women Holding the Line. Asante sana.
Thank you. That's the end of our presentation. Over to you, Elizabeth.
Thank you so much, Lillian, for that inspiring presentation on the work that you are doing to really promote gender equality and women rights in the country. That was really a powerful presentation, and we are happy to hear about what you have really done over the years. And that one of the things that has really come out is that you have been able to ensure that we have gender equality champions at the county and the national level, and really being able to also tell us that you have really worked very hard to ensure that women are visible even at the county and the national level, to ensure that we have actually that alternative voice from women in Kenya. So thank you so much. So we are moving to the next session, which is a plenary session. But before we go there, I want to just remind ourselves that if you have joined us when the presentation was going on, kindly introduce yourself again. Introduce yourself through the chat box. You just select the tab on the panelists and the attendees so that you're able to introduce yourself to the panelists and the attendees as well. Then you
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we seem to have lost Elizabeth due to probably her connectivity, but thank you for joining us. As she was saying, if you have any questions, please use the Q&A box. My name is Grace Maingi and I work at Uraia as the Executive Director. Thank you for joining us. So we're going to go into a plenary session and there are a number of them that have been put in the Q&A box, which we have been able to respond to. My apologies, I think my internet connectivity is also having challenges, but I believe you can hear me all. So there are already some questions and comments. If you have a question that you'd like to ask live, kindly raise your hand and then the tech team will enable you to be able to ask a particular question. So I see there's a question from George Collins. You will be enabled to speak. Kindly introduce yourself. Let us know where you're listening to us from, and then you can ask your question or make your comment. Thereafter will by Mohammed Salim, and the tech team will also enable you shortly to also ask your question or make your comment.
Good morning, everyone.
Kindly, just one moment. just one moment. Kindly then you ask your question or make your comment. Yes, George.
Thank you so much, Grace. I just have one question. First of all, thanks, Crown, for the presentation you've done. The only thing that I didn't get clearly, one is how Crown Trust is playing a critical role in ensuring that the elite women, the elites, the who's and who's, I've seen you work very closely with Ruto Odinga, you work very closely with the Charity Ngilu. Where is the grassroots women in this conversation? Because even if it is a question of amplifying and providing spaces for the women, I want to see these women at the grassroots level having an opportunity to be considered in different positions that are happening. Lastly, the conversation about women, about men. Men are also playing a critical role in ensuring that there is security of women's spaces and voices in this country. Again, I haven't heard much about that. Could it be that Crown only focuses on the women and men do not have a significant role in playing as far as mentorship and as far as providing spaces are there? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you introduced yourself.
Oh, my name is George Collins Owor. I work for Transform Empowerment for Action Initiative, and we are based in Kisumu County, but we focus so much on the Lake Region Economic Bloc.
Thank you, George. We'll be able to respond to that. We also have Mohammed Salim. Kindly introduce yourself and then ask your question or make your comment. Thank you.
My name is Mohammed Salim. I'm listening from Meru. I don't know if the audience can be able to hear me. And if they can, I would like to acknowledge the very good representation, which was very easy, well elaborated to follow. I don't have really a question, but I wanted to make a little comment. As she well said, that half of the population of Kenya citizens are women. I don't know what the organization is doing to empower women in order they can be able to vote their own in the national parliament and the county assemblies. Because by doing so, they'll have empowered women to enter into parliament, and the issue of gender base might be reduced. Two, I don't know why women do not support a political party like the one which was for Martha Karua, so that they can even empower her and become the president of Republic of Kenya. We remember when she contested, she lacked women support. And I don't know what the organization is doing now to encourage women, because they are highest voters. They can be able to fill the National Assembly, the Senate, and the County Assembly very easily. Now, another thing which I don't know if I'm right, I've been seeing that many women, instead of looking for votes, they look forward to look for nomination. Most of them will run up and down to get a nomination from political parties to be nominated member of parliament or MCS, instead of maybe fighting hard. Because no doubt today women, as you have just said, have improved in many ways. Their awareness is very high. They have been employed in many type of employment, from the senior civil servants on private companies, etc. So we have seen a lot of improvement of women. And I don't know why they should shy out to say maybe as a woman I may not be voted in. So they must fight and be assisted to fight hard and stand for elections. Then another thing which maybe I'm not seeing women to be very active in their role of legislation. We don't see women, especially the nominated ones, are not very active to to contribute to the motion are the assembly, county assemblies and the National Assembly. Although I'm not saying that it is zero, no. There are some very powerful, but there are few. We would like to see, because their number has been increased in the both houses and the county assemblies, we should get their voices so that they can champion their own needs through both the National Assembly and the County Assembly. So thank you very much. And lastly, they should not forget to acknowledge Modoni Wakerema. This is the first lady who was a fighter in the KLFA. So as you acknowledge the first MP in Kenya, don't forget this great woman, the mother of Kenyans who fight during the Mau Mau to make sure we gain independence. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. I think we'll only take two more. Kindly keep it very brief so that we can have more people asking questions, because we have gone over time in our plenary. I'll now, please, Nur Mohammed, go ahead, kindly introduce yourself, but kindly make your question or comment brief so that we can be able to have the responses. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Nur Ahmed from Manda County. My question is, how do we reach all the women in the grassroots, particularly those communities which have got a lot of gender disparities?
Sorry, Nur, sorry, we cannot.
Hello.
We are having a problem with the connection. I think, can those who are not speaking, please mute your mics. I think it's causing some interruption.
Hello.
Okay, let's try now.
Hello.
Yes, please
Hello.
go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Nur Ahmed from Mandera County. I come from an organization called Mandera County Human Rights Network. My question is, there are communities which are so conservative about women, particularly the pastoral communities. Like my county, I don't even have civic educators. And there are a lot of issues on women. How can we bring a level playground where at least every woman, whichever community or religion she comes from, they get the same and equal opportunity to have civic education on these issues that is affecting them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder, kindly put your questions or comments in the Q&A box. When they're in the chat box, it's difficult for them to be traced. So please put them through the Q&A box so that it's easier for our panelists to respond to them. I'll move over to Emmanuel. This is the last question we are taking because of time. Kindly introduce yourself. Please keep it brief to enable others to enable us to have a good time for responses. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I wish to thank Crown Trust for their project, Holding the Line Women Project. I'm Emmanuel Mariach, Uraia County, Civic Education, West Pokot County. I have only two questions. Apart from appreciating the project, because every project has a product, it will not go just that way. I have two questions for Crown Trust. What they are doing to strengthen steering women committee at the county level, including Mandalay and Wanawake, so that the advocacy and the civic education can be very strong from the women and youth perspective. Secondly, this county, one of the background of the technical question paper was that the counties which did not have any MCA, elected MCA. What are they doing, or what plan they have so that women in this county, women and girls, can stand for election, even if they don't get, or some of them will get, at least so that we can move forward in terms of articulating the issue. They can speaking rights, they can take tickets, they can move forward. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Emmanuel. I think now we need to give the Crown Trust team some opportunity to respond to the questions that have been raised. My name is Nancy Wamwea, the head of programs Uraia. So I want to invite Lillian, to just respond to the questions and the comments that have been made. Welcome, Lillian.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you all for appreciating the work we've been doing through the support of Uraia, and thank you for your questions. I also want to acknowledge that our executive director, Daisy Amdani, is with us. So some part of the response, I'll also leave it to her, but let me take on some of them. The first question I would like to respond is to how Crown is, it seems like Crown is working with elite women. Where is the grassroots amplification? I'd like to confirm that we really have been working with both, and especially on this project, the Women Holding the Line, we worked with the grassroots actually. So we would mobilize women in the 20 counties, and then we would bring them together with their stakeholders, you would say also the elite in their communities, and we were able to have them deliberate issues. So in terms of grassroots, we are really a bottom up. Of course, we don't neglect up as well through the national stakeholder meeting. The other question I'd like to respond to is the choice of counties. We would really love to have covered the whole country, but it's not possible, one, because of the resources and also the timeline. So there's someone who asked, so we decided why not cover at least 20 counties, which is almost half, or rather falling shortly on the half part of the counties. And we covered those 20 because of what would manage to do. And then someone asked about Marsabit, Turkana, and Narok, and Samburu. We were in Marsabit actually. We did target Radio Jangwani to reach people. Turkana, we were in Turkana and we reached people through Radio Ekekon. And Narok, we didn't manage to get to Narok, but we had Kajiado, which is on the same wavelength. And Samburu, we've always engaged Samburu as well in our, we have a focal points person, so we can link you to such kind. On engaging men, we really love men in our engagements because we know that there's a role that they can play, and because we also know that they are actually as much as bona fide citizens as women are. And we, in our campaign, we did include men. You've seen Javan the poet. We did include young men in our social media influencing, and we did include men in our county stakeholders meeting. We target at least 2/3 female, and then also men are also included. We prioritize women because of the marginalization, but we also did include men all the whole period. Some men also went to speak on radio on behalf of women, and we, because they were civic educators, and where we found men as civic educators, we did not tell them, hey, go back, let's have women first. No, we combined them with the national women, and also some of them actually just men went and spoke on behalf of women. So we are engaging men, but we also hope that we can engage them more and have the opportunity to do so. I'd like to pass this question to Daisy on why women do not support a political party and rally around their women leaders like Mother Karua. And also the question on nominations, why women look forward to nominations, why are they shy of being elected. On Modoni Wakirima, we did include her. Kindly look into the technical paper, you'll find her, and we did feature her on social media. On Noor, you asked a question about civic educators. I think probably with you can liaise with Uraia to find out the civic educators in that region, and also national women for linkages. And then there's also the question about assembly, women's contribution in the assembly, getting their voices heard. I also want to pass that question to Daisy, but of course, they are there, but let me pass that question to her. And then in terms of party primaries, Elizafan, you did ask that question. One of the things we can say as a stakeholder in the women movement we've contributed to is trying to improve the party primaries by passing the voice to the women, to the relevant stakeholder duty bearers to look into some of the issues. And right now, some of the bills are under review, so we can say we look forward to a much more better party primaries. We can only hope so, and also keep pushing on that. Daisy, would you like to respond to some of the questions and more?
Thank you, Lillian. As Daisy comes in, we are not doing very well in terms of time, so I would kindly request that we be very, very brief, and then also ensure that you respond to the questions that are in the Q&A section in the chat. Thanks. Daisy, come.
Thank you, Nancy, and thank you, Lillian. With regards to Mohammed Salim's question about the nomination process and women participating in politics, I think that many people don't realize that one of the reasons why we've had to have some affirmative action measures for women is because of the historical marginalization, both political, economic, and social. So that you will find that we all know when you're running a campaign in this country, you need resources to run a campaign. And because of economic exclusion, many women are not able to mobilize sufficient resources to run campaigns. So affirmative action measures help in being able to bring them closer to participating in a more level playing field. The other thing that we also have, which also is a barrier to women, is the violence that we see within political parties. I don't think any of us are visitors here in Kenya. We know how the party primaries, the nomination processes are sometimes extremely violent. And it's not just a harrowing experience for women, even men have serious challenges. So all these issues around how we conduct our politics and how our political parties carry out certain processes, from fees to the violence, lack of integrity in processes, so that even if you pay your nominations fees, you're not guaranteed a fair outcome. This actually has serious implications on women's political participation who are new entrants. So we cannot look at women's participation in isolation. That's why the Constitution makes provision for nominations. And nominations are simply an alternative means of getting in. Kenya has a mixed member proportional representation system where we have people who get into leadership either through the ballot, direct elections, first past the post, and others through proportional representation. And so women should not be vilified for coming through the nomination route, because men also come through the nomination route. So I think it's just part of the process, and we must be able to see them as processes of bringing women in terms of being able to address the political marginalization of women. With regards to women not supporting fellow women or not coming through for them, remember that women and men are socialized the same way. And so part of the socialization efforts have to also be targeted at women, because they too are also conditioned to not believe that they are supposed to be leaders, or that women are supposed to be leaders. And that's what the Women Holding the Line project was really about, being able to share that knowledge and raise awareness on political rights for women and the need to take up those rights. You see, if you don't understand and you don't know your rights, it's as good as not having them, because you're not going to be able to claim them. With regards to issues around legislation and women not doing much, that's not actually true. In fact, you will find that despite having huge parliament, we have like 350 members, women stand out because they are very active. Some of the transformative legislation that has been brought into the House that has worked both for men and women, and even to transform things like girl child education, ensuring that girls also get some equity measures with sanitary towels being provided. Those have been brought by women. Food security bill, that was brought by women. Senator Beatrice Elachi, Joaquin Dongo, the Sexual Offences Act, the healthcare bills. Many of these have been brought by women. So I think that people just need to, we shouldn't repeat the rhetoric. We should actually inform ourselves. You will be amazed at how many transformative legislation women members of parliament have brought. And that is why you find that even some of these members, many of the women who were initially nominated because of the work that they were able to do, have gone on to be actually elected members of parliament. And so it works for the nomination, but also gives women an opportunity to be able to work for the nation.
I think maybe you summarize, Daisy.
So I'm just going into the chat box to see what there is. I think Lillian answered some of this.
Okay, thank you.
I
think you can respond in the Q&A section.
I can type them in, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Crown Trust. I think that was very, very informative. And I believe that even the questions that have been responded to have given us more information about the issues of women and the challenges that they are facing. So we are going to stop there in terms of the Crown Trust presentation and plenary. And now we are moving to the next presentation. The next presentation is going to be by Center for Governance and Development. This is our national partner that has been implementing a program on environmental governance, legislative, policy, lobbying, and advocacy issues for the last 3 years. The presentation is going to be undertaken by Kennedy Masime, who is the Executive Director of CGD, that is Center for Governance and Development, and they are going to share with us the story of the changes that have taken place as a result of their work on environmental governance. So I want to hand over to the technical team to start sharing the screen, and also to welcome Kennedy Masime. Thank you.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, Masinde. We can hear you.
Masime, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can commence, eh?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Kennedy Masime, Center for Governance and Development, CGD in short. CGD is a policy research and advocacy non-governmental organizations based in Nairobi, but working across the country. I always say we were conceived in 1992 and born in 1993, who felt that a lot needed to change following the introduction of multi-party politics in 1992. We envision a just and equitable society. We work by empowering civil society, economic groups, and government agencies. And we see ourselves as agents of necessity. So we work by identifying areas or gaps in terms of governance and development and come up with interventions to address the same. That's why you hear initiatives such as the National Taxpayers Association, the Elections Observation Group, the Coalition for Accountable Political Financing, among others being associated with CGD. We have worked in agriculture and food security for some time, close to over 10 years. And one of the things we have challenges in regard to environmental governance. We know that, next slide. Yeah, we know that in the push to earn a living or exploit our resources, we've ended up in at the independence, the population was about 8 now we have 7 or 50. We know there are
Hi, Masime. Good morning, Masime. We can't hear you clearly.
Development and a number of elaborate rather than that very sensitive. Hello.
Okay, go on. Though we could not hear you properly. Hi, Masime.
So maybe Masime, you can log off and then log on again, and then we try.
We seem to have lost Masime. Masime, can you hear us? Maybe you log out and you log in again so that everybody can hear you.
Are we back?
Is that Masime?
Yes, this is Masime.
Okay, now we can hear you. You can continue, but we lost you for the last, I think, 3 minutes. You may need to just go back a little.
Okay, I even changed the internet. So I hope this one will work better.
Okay. Do you have somebody else with us who can stand? Oh,
there's Ellen, but I'm not sure whether she's logged on. But I'm assuming she's participating.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, just continue, but I think Helen should be on standby. When you drop, she takes over.
Okay. So I'm not sure where I dropped off, but let me just begin now. I gave a background about CGD, and now I'm at the point of now talking about the project itself. And I said, we got into this project, or rather environment and natural resource governance work by virtue of having run an agricultural program a program that dealt with agriculture and food security. And we saw the connection and noted that our stress because of the push to exploit it to feed a growing population. And we also noted that there are a lot of development, including rapid urbanization, large-scale infrastructure environment. Also the discovery. We have, I said that we have a elaborate environment and natural policy governance framework and follows what is happening at the international stage. Remember, Kenya prides itself in housing in the conference in 1972. I think many of you will UNEP here. Also, after the Rio de Janeiro conference, enacted a number of legislation, which actually was implemented in the build-up of the internal momentum for implementation of environmental and management, environmental and natural resources.
Excuse me, Mr. Masime. I think, Mr. Masime, we cannot hear you. Is it possible for Helen to support you in the presentation? Maybe her network is better.
Okay. Helen, are you there?
Just try again, we tell you, but it's very bad.
Can you just give me about 3 minutes? I try to work on it and then we try again.
Okay.
For 2 minutes. Yeah, because that will be even moving places or something like that.
I think Helen is here. Helen, you're a panelist. Just unmute your mic and pick from there. Unless you're not here. Fine, go ahead.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I think I can pick up from where he left. This is an environmental governance project, and basically environmental governance, it comprises of policies, institutions that shapes how humans interact with the environment. So therefore, a good governance takes into account the role of all actors that impact the environment. So from this project, which were funded by Uraia, the specific objectives of the project were to generate comprehensive information and data, where we conducted research at national level. And we also did a rapid assessment in specific counties, Kisumu and Turkana. We also, there was an objective to advocate for environment and natural resource governance policies, where we are able to capacity build civil society at the local level to be able to advocate for reforms in the environment and natural resource governance sector. We also had the objective to capacity build 40 county-based CSOs to be able to effectively engage in development, implementation, and monitoring of environment and natural resource governance. Because the slide before this, which I think maybe it was passed, one of the challenges which we found is that CSOs are not able to participate in environmental governance work because they do not know the legislative, the participation structures, the opportunities that are provided by policy and legal framework. So you find that most of these opportunities are taken up by the environmental regulators. So that's why we came to build the capacity of 40 county-based CSOs. So next slide. So the implementation of this project, by the way, took place mostly specifically targeting Nairobi, Turkana, and Kisumu counties. And being an environmental governance project, we focused on an ecosystem. Ecosystem basically means the weather, the landscape, of how they work together to bubble the life of a specific environment. So, and in different counties, there are different ecosystems. So we chose quite a number of ecosystems to be able to capture our research. And we captured, the research and analysis covered major ecological zones in Kenya. So we found, like in the mountain ecosystem, we took Laikipia County. The arid and semi-arid, we took Isiolo County. For the freshwater and wetlands, we worked with Kisumu County. The coastal and marine, we worked with Kwale. For the forests, we worked with Narok County, where we were able to analyze the Mau Forest ecosystem, the conflict and the legislative and the policy that is in between there. Urban setting, we took up Nairobi and Kisumu County. Urban setting, especially in terms of waste management, which is quite a bit in urban areas. And then oil mining and exploration, we took up Turkana County. And then wildlife supporting region, we also did it in Laikipia County. And then we have the mineral mining region, which again, we took up Kwale, which is the base titanium coal. So we find there's a repetition of counties because we're trying to, based on the resources that we had. So we found out how can we utilize the resources that we have, but also cover a wide range of different ecosystems. So in our study that we took, we found that the study ascertained various challenges. So there was a slow implementation of the environment and natural resource framework. We found from the researchers, we found that there's a lack of political goodwill, especially in terms of implementation of legislation in environment and natural resource governance. So from our research, we found out that there's lack of political will to be able to foster environmental governance. For instance, in Kisumu County, you find that in the fisheries sector, because part of these voters, like the beach management, they are voters. So being able to go against, because majority of them were especially linked towards illegal fishing. So trying to advocate towards the legal process was quite a challenge. So we found there's a lack of political will and weak operationalization capacity among institutions at the national and county level. There's also the weak financial in terms of budgeting. County does not budgeting for environment and natural resource governance at the local level. So you find, like, for example, in Kisumu County again, like the fisheries, the Lake Victoria, which we found out again, it is dying. So we found out that there is lack of investment in it because there is a tug of war between the national government and the county government, because it is a resource that belongs to the national government, and it is also a resource that is based at the county level. So you find is that technical and functional devolution of environment and natural resource counties, there is a conflict. There's also low level of understanding of environment and natural resource framework among key stakeholders and the general public as a whole, so to be able to effectively participate in the governance structure. Next slide. So from our research, again, the findings, we found that the weak coordination of efforts among the actors at all the levels of environment and natural resource governance, they lack harmonization of environment and natural resource governance framework, especially the overlapping of mandates that affects the efficiency. So we find we have the Kenya Fisheries Service, we have the Kenya Forest Service, NEMA, the Water Resource Authority. So they overlap, there's an overlap of functions, the way they function at the national and the local level. So you find there's a blame game. So there's a gap in between, so work is not done in between. So again, you find there's lip service being given to public participation, which is the key principle for the value of good governance under the Article 10 of the Constitution. Again, we found out there's weak and irregular environmental education and awareness intervention at the local level. So there's that lack of public support for the protection and conservation of the environment and natural resources. There's also the lack of coherent information on the status of implementation of environment and natural resource governance policies and laws and their efficacy. So at the national level, we had a research, again, the way I had told you, also did a rapid assessment at the specific counties that we are working with. We worked with Turkana and Kisumu. So we did a rapid assessment in these two counties as CGD. So from the findings of the rapid assessment, we found out again the policy and institutional legislative framework and the capacities were compiled into the state of environment and natural resource governance policies. So we developed a report, and the report, we have two reports, the state of environment in Kisumu and the state of environmental governance in Turkana County. So these reports basically explain how, in terms of environmental governance, access to information, access to justice and public participation in terms of environmental governance, how these counties are faring on. So this information was quite crucial so as to be able to find out the gaps and be able to capacity build the CSOs that were in this specific county. So in our rapid assessment, there are some of the interesting findings which we found out, and there are photos which are highlighted below in the most successful story. I think the photos are missing. Okay, so we did a training first of all, we did a training for the CSOs after the rapid assessment. It enabled us, the way I told you, to do a contextualized training manual to be able to train the CSOs on what was happening. Like I told you, the different counties have different ecosystems. So you have to understand a specific ecosystem. What are the challenges, especially in terms of policy and legislation, to be able to capacity build them. So we also did a sensitization of the journalists to be able to understand what are the issues in terms of environmental governance in Turkana and Kisumu counties, so as to be able to voice the challenges that are environmental governance in the specific counties. We were also able to establish a digital database, just like the Kenya law reports. We established a database as CGD where you can it's a one-stop shop where you can find environmental policies and laws at the national level. We started with international, national, and county level. So that is the link to the website where you can find this information. So like I had said, the publication of the reports were two for the Kisumu and Turkana. So the key results from this project, what we had achieved, that CSOs received good media coverage, having trained the journalists. So the CSOs were able to interact with the media. In fact, like Turkana County, we were able to find an extra airtime whereby we were supposed to pay for 4 radio talk shows. So because the media saw it as quite an issue, which was affecting the community, and due to public demand, they were able to air give us free airtime for the community to participate. And like initially it was even supposed to be 1 hour, like in Turkana, they could take like from 7 up to 10. So they increased even the hours in terms of communicating because of the questions. People were curious in terms of asking the question. So CSOs were also successful. We also trained CSOs in terms of budgets, especially with regards to environment and natural resource governance, how much resources have been allocated towards environment. For example, like in Kisumu, you find that a lot of resources were being allocated towards budgeting for fingerlings. And yet what we found out in Kisumu, for instance, that Lake Victoria was dying, like the fish was not there. So like a county investing for fingerlings, that was a waste of resources. A county should invest for like the conservation of how can we conserve, preserve the lake, because it is now died. So the community was able to, the CSOs that reached capacity build were able to present policy memorandum to the environmental committee, and also the executive. And we also capacity build the CSOs in terms of, like I told you, to be able to engage in this process, you have to understand the legislation. What is it that is in the fisheries bill? What is it in the environment bill? To be able to know the opportunities to tap. But because one of the challenges we found out in the counties was that CSOs are not participating, they're not quite active in environmental governance, because partly maybe because of the aspect of Kenyans being negligible of the environment. We found that there's a multi-stakeholder forum where it comprises only of institutions such as NEMA, Water Resource Authority, the Kenya Forest Service. They're the ones who come together to govern the issues to do with the environment at the county level. There is no such voice from the people themselves who are affected. So, and it will be very, very crucial. So what actually made for the county governments to be able to listen to the CSOs that we had capacity built is the report that with the rapid assessment and the research that we did that gave quite useful information for the CSOs to be able to engage and tap knowledge. So they were able to analyze the bill using again the report that we gave them. So they developed memorandum and presented to the MCAs and policy makers. So out of all this, the CSOs, okay, this is, I think I'll just keep trying. I think the way Kennedy was the one who presented, so presented these slides, but I'll try as much as I can so that people can understand. So the establishment, these are the success stories. So I think there's a mix up a bit. So we did advocacy.
Ellen, you need to summarize. You have only 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, the way we had capacity build, the way I told you, the STSOs, we capacity build them on the legislation and the budget. We are able to achieve key results from them. So we are able to find, like in the CSOs in Turkana South, we formed the capacity build. They were able to go and form other small chapters at the ward level in Turkana South, because we deal with Turkana as a county. So in Turkana South, they went and formed another chapters. So and then again in Kisumu County, we also had the key success story in terms of the fishery. The CSOs were able to advocate for, I remember there was illegal fishing, which was quite an issue, and we were able, through the various consultative meetings with the legislatures, the policymakers, we were able to advocate for we worked very closely with the Kenya Coast Guards. So the illegality in Kisumu County, which was initially there, we were able to contribute towards. Right now they banned illegal fishing. Like right now they're banning illegal fishing, which was not quite what we expected, but we had recommended in the reports for the illegal fishing to be able to be curbed so as to secure the ecosystem in Kisumu. Again, we found out cage fishing, which is very expensive, and where you find the rich were able to manipulate their way into the lake because they would bribe the beach management unit to enter into the lake. So it was destroying quite the lake, and you could not quite understand whether the county government and the national government wants to conserve the lake or to empower the community. So we were able to also advocate for, in terms of to stop the cage fishing, because it had no regulations. So a moratorium was placed on fishing, meaning that there was no cage fishing extra allowed to further development in the cages. Yes, hello? There was no further fish cages to be developed in Kisumu County. So we are able to put a stop on fish cages to be able to be brought into the lake. I think Masima has just stepped in. Hello?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, they can hear you.
So sorry about this. We reformatted the presentation last minute, so I know you have those challenges. But the most significant stories, they should just scroll down. They are there, the two of them, the one you're talking about.
Oh, I think that is the, yeah. So that is the cage fishing I was telling you about. The moratorium was placed on cage fish farming, which was initially destroying, we felt that it was destroying the lake and it was going beyond what was recommended. Like the Kenya Fisheries and Marine Service told us, the cages are beyond what the lake can accommodate. So having this report, it actually helped, and the CSO's advocacy, it helped to place a moratorium on cage fish farming. The next sector, I think, that's still the same, the cage fish farming. Again, this is the impoundment and banning of illegal fishing gears. The way I had told you, CSOs, we had capacity build them again to work with the Kenya Coast Guard, specifically the Kenya Fisheries Service. Were able to stop the illegality of the illegal fishing in the lake. Banning of the nets was not quite what we had expected, but it was a good positive result due to engagement at the consultative, at the county level of the CSOs and the environment regulators. I think that's it.
You need to wind up.
So I think basically those were the two most of our change stories. These are just pictures from the rapid assessment, what was actually happening on the ground. Like you can see on the left picture, this was a beach which is supposed to be very busy at as early as 8 and 9. So you find right now what was happening in Kisumu, the beach are deserted. They don't have anybody because there is no fish actually in the lake. And like the other picture, that is a past picture. Again, this is a picture of which you found out that caught my eye is these are ladies who are sharing the small quantity of fish that was found. This is Nile perch that they were sharing, at least to have something that they can be able to sell and have food on the table. So there was that, that's the same picture. That's the quantity of Nile perch. It's supposed to be a 83, I think, centimeters, the way we were told by the Kenya Marine Research Institute. So this fish is supposed to be like what is on the right picture, but what now the fishermen are harvesting are these small fish. So even they can be able not to get the market. So even the quantity and size has reduced. So you find the women, because most of the traders are women, as an option, because there's that lack of fish, we found that women are even selling it. That is the traditional vegetables which they had put on the beach instead of fish, now trying to sell at least to go home with some source of income and livelihood. So that those are traditional herbs. That is an empty landing site, which we found in Kisumu. So there's no actually fish. And like in the past where there was fish, that was what that story was telling. This again, we found in Ogal Beach. This is a landing site where there is we found it's a big structure and yet there is no fish. So you find this structure, it was constructed by the EU. It's a cooling plant, but due to lack of fish, so you find the cage fishers, the private sector, are using it as stores. This is a cooperative we found in Ogal. It was very vibrant, but due to lack of, again, there's no revenue base for the beach management units. So we find the cooperatives have died, so there's no life there. That is again the same thing. That was a lively, vibrant estate that was in, that's supposed where beach could, after a nice big catch, they will come to able to celebrate here and enjoy, plan for the next fishing event. But now it's like an empty shell. So this is just the picture that we are seeing is the success story of the illegal versus what was, they used to openly display the illegal fishing nets. But right now, due to the advocacy that we're able to capacity build the CSOs in Kisumu, they're able to impound the illegal fishing gears, and we can be able to see those Kenya Coast Guards in uniform watching the nets being destroyed. I think I can, that was the major two stories in terms of our change stories. I think I can end from there based on our time.
Yeah, thank you so much, Helen Nyamera and Masime, for that great presentation. Apologies, I dropped off because of technical hitch. I'm back now. Thank you so much for that presentation and for sharing with us the significant stories that we've been able to realize through the implementation of the project that we've been undertaking on enhancing environmental democracy as well as good governance. Now, because of the interest of time, we shall only have 5 minutes plenary discussions, and then thereafter we have a break of 10 minutes, and then after that we shall come back to listen to the third presentation of the day. So kindly, we will only have 5 minutes, but in the meantime, post all your questions on the Q&A section, and the presenter, Helen Nyamera and Masime, will be able to respond to your questions directly there, because we may not be able to respond to all the questions right now. So I want to give 5 minutes for anyone who has any question to respond. Let me check whether there's anybody who has raised their hand. There's no hands. Yes. Yeah, let me just pick a few. Let me just pick a few from the panelists.
Hello.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Do you have a question?
Yes, my name is Chris Owala.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks a lot to Mr. Masime and Helen for bringing these issues of the lake. Mine is that was there an attempt to look at the role of the communities in lake conservation, on artificial resource conservation, vis-a-vis the moratorium being imposed by the government? Which one is sustainable? Because I have heard the presenter says that the moratorium, but where I stand, I think the county government is still licensing this these cages stopped, and there are a lot of the drainage of the sewer line into the Lake Victoria. Did they also look at this, and to what extent does it affect the lake, and how does it affect the livelihood of the community that depend on the fisheries? Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for that question. I will allow Helen or Masime to respond to that question, and kindly request Cornelius and Fred Wanyonyi to post your questions on the Q&A, and Helen and Masime will be able to respond to that question directly for the interest of time. So Helen and or Masime, kindly respond to Chris' question.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, Chris, thank you for the question. You realize that the project we are working on in terms of the studies and even the student analysis were very big. So we covered all those issues. We are just highlighting what we thought was a success, but we examined the role of the beach management units, which are basically the community organizations in the conservation of the lake. And we pointed out that there were really gaps in terms of their performance, and we have highlighted a number of reasons for that. The publications are there. We have what Ellen was referring to was the state of environment and resource governance in Kisumu. So we looked at that, but did I hear you to say that you believe the moratorium is not in order?
I said it's not ongoing.
Okay, so we cannot vouch for that. What we know is that it was placed by the PS in charge, and it should be followed.
Okay, thank you so much, Masime, for that response. Kindly, Cornelius and Fred, I know you had your hands up. Post your question on the Q&A section, and Masime and Helen will be able to respond to that directly. And anybody else who had a question on what has been presented by CGD, kindly also post your questions there. So I would want us to break for a health break. We take 10 minutes health break. So we come back at 10:50. Yeah. 10 minutes to 11, we reconvene back. Once we come back, we shall have our third presentation of the day that will be from the Center for Enhancing Democracy and Good Governance, that is CDG. And that presentation will be made by Cornelius Oduo, who is Executive Director of the Center of the Center for Education, Democracy and Governance. So kindly let us take the break, and we reconvene at 10:50 for us to listen to that presentation. Thank you.
But I think we managed to manage well.
Multi-dimensional concept, and it
So what happened is
participation of its citizens in various walks of life. A strong and powerful nation is built on dedication and hard work of its citizen and some amount of smart planning on the part of the government. There are various facets of nation building, among which human resource, reducing the social and economic disparity that exists in the society, creating an enabling environment, and adherence to constitutionalism and the rule of law. The history of Kenya's constitution making and review process can be traced back to the colonial period. Different periodic clusters
Ati what? Ati Bharat has been suspended.
Based on the prevailing political dispensation, a critical look at this history reveals a distinct pattern, one where the political class has consistently sought to initiate, drive, and determine the outcome of any constitutional review, with a view to consolidating elite political power, stemming any dissent and competition, shifting the goalposts on their obligation as duty bearers, and clawing back on the rights of people. Kenyan women have been part of the national struggle from the beginning of time. Amongst the well-known names are Mekatilili Wamenza, Chief Wangu wa Makeri, all these women and many others that followed in their footsteps, like Grace Onyango, the first woman to be elected in parliament, Josephine Sinyo, the first woman with disability to be nominated to parliament, and Priscilla Abwao, the only woman to have attended the Lancaster talks that gave Kenya the independence constitution.
The independence constitution was drafted at Lancaster House. It was part of what are known as the Lancaster House constitutions. Its primary purpose was to negotiate independence. There was a woman that was there. They just didn't allow her to speak. She was called Priscilla Abwao. She presented a memorandum on the rights of the African woman. that memorandum made several demands around women's socio-economic rights. But Priscilla was a lone voice. She was not allowed to speak. And so the demands around women's rights were not captured in the new constitution.
This was so much so that the colonial constitutions were referenced to the colonial secretary that developed them. Women were largely absent from the mainstream conversations. The only exception is Priscilla Abuao, who was at the Lancaster Conference of 1962.
And the Lancaster House conferences were 3. Priscilla presented the memorandum and was a delegate to the second one, where most of the independence constitution was drafted. Most of what, of what constituted, what ended up becoming the independence constitution was drafted.
As well as Honorable Chelagat Mutai, who was amongst the only 2 people who voted against a constitutional amendment in Parliament in 1976. Shortly after the outbreak of the Mau Mau Rebellion, the Colonial Secretary Oliver Lyttelton decided in 1954 to introduce a new constitution for Kenya.
One of the things that many people, and unfortunately many Kenyan women don't realize, is that Kenyan women were not citizens under the old constitution. The most basic fundamental right, because if you're not a citizen of a country, you don't have the right to negotiate on behalf of that country. You don't, the basis of our claims is citizenship.
One of the issues of concern for women was the fact that they could not grant citizenship to either their foreign husbands or their children. And that was contained at Article 90 and 91 of the Independence Constitution, of the older Constitution. So women could not, if they married foreign men, they could not confer citizenship on them, and their children could not be citizens of Kenya. So that was one of the issues that made women struggle to have that right. And we are happy we got the right in the Constitution, and women now enjoy that right to confer citizenship on their foreign husbands and on their children. Although implementation, as we all know, of some of these things has become problematic, but the right is now contained in the.
Under the old constitution, one was a citizen either by being the son of a Kenyan man. The constitution in particular, it said the father. Yeah, any person is a citizen. It starts by saying any person whose parents are citizens, and then it says the son. And then it explains the father, any person whose father is Kenyan. So basically, you have to be the child of a Kenyan son in order to be Kenyan. The other way the other opportunity that entitled you to apply to be a Kenyan citizen, unless you are applying to be a naturalized citizen, was any woman who is married to a Kenyan citizen. So it was not any man who is married. It wasn't any person. It was specific, any woman who is married to a Kenyan. And women were not marrying other women. So so you either had to be the son. The persons that had the power to bestow citizenship were men. And they had that power by virtue of being the sons of Kenyan men.
Following independence, the political maneuvering between KANU and KADU continued. In 1964, Kenya assumed the status of a republic. This provided the first opportunity to amend the constitution. The amendment created the position of President of the Republic, who was also the head of state and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Grace Onyango was the first woman to be elected mayor in 1967 and the first woman into parliament in 1969. She was also the first woman elected Secretary General of the Luo Union movement. During her first term, she served on the committee that was tasked with investigating the death of J.M. Kariuki. When the report was tabled by the chairperson Elijah Mwangale, she protested that the report had been altered. She and her colleague Martin Shikuku had secretly hidden the original report. She also lobbied for the abolition of bicycle taxes. Chelagat Mutai contested for the Eldoret North constituency seat at the age of 24 in 1974. She won, beating 12 other contestants to become the first Nandi and Kalenjin woman MP. She was the first female student to become the editor of the University of Nairobi magazine, the University Platform magazine. She used the university's magazine as a platform to criticize the Kenyatta government. She was credited with fighting for the rights of squatters, a matter which even landed her in jail. Wangare Maathai was another woman of great political significance. She started the Greenbelt movement in 1977 to support environmental conservation through tree planting. She became the chairperson of the National Council of Women of Kenya. In 1988, the Greenbelt movement carried out pro-democracy activities such as registering voters for the election and pressing for constitutional reform and freedom of expression, amidst various attempts to clamp it down by the government of the day. The decade following the attempted coup d'etat of 1982 has been described by many scholars as one of the most repressive periods in the history of post-independence Kenya. The stage had been set for constitutional amendments by the first president. The second president was facing great opposition that had threatened his very survival. He was not going to leave anything to chance. The result was an undemocratic and authoritarian system of the government. One of the significant amendments was the inclusion of Section 2A into the Constitution, which abolished the multi-party system and made Kenya a single-party state in 1982.
You know, Kenya first became a one-party. Kenya became a de facto one-party state, actually, in 1965, when KADU was not independence. Under the Independence Constitution, we were a multi-party state. We also had a parliamentary system of government. Around 1964, 1965, KANU and the Kenya African National Union, our two largest independence parties, KANU and KANU, the Kenya African Democratic Union, merged. So we became a de facto one-party state in 1965. That means in practice, we were a one-party state, even though the law still provided for us to be a multi-party state. Then in 1966, the KPU, the Kenya People's Union, was set up by Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Bildad Kagia, and several other political actors who were considered to be dissidents. Yeah. The regime of the day was actually not happy about this. Those activities occasioned what was known as the little election. And so there was an election that had to be held because of these activities that had happened between the merging of KANU and KADU and the registration of KPU. And by 1959, the attempts to ensure that multipartism was closed down and that these dissidents were basically contained and suppressed occurred and began to take a legal form. So most of the amendments to the Independence Constitution that were very damaging in terms of political rights, civil and political rights, actually happened by 1969. So in 1969, the KPU was proscribed. The law prohibited, it was banned. Not only was it banned, the members of the party, Oginga Odinga himself, was put under house arrest. and detention without trial is reinstated. This is something that has been done by the British, and now it gets reinstated. And so Wasonga Sijeo and Abdul Latif Abdallah, the poet, who were considered to be dissidents and were members of KPU or affiliates with KPU, were put in jail. You know, they were detained without a trial, so they became our first prisoners of conscience in independent Kenya. Wasonga Sijeo was not released until Moi came into power in 1978. He was one of the people that was freed by Moi, and so he served as a prisoner of conscience for over a decade. And so, in a way, the clamor for constitutional reform actually was born way back in the 1960s, because people realized quite early that that the little bit of
Okay, thank you, Job. Well, we had to stop that so that we can continue with the next session. So welcome back. So again, remember to sign in. And if you've not introduced yourself, kindly introduce yourself in the chat box. Remember to tell us your name, the organization you're affiliated with, if you're partnering with Uraia in one way or another, the county. And you can use the hashtag Uraia story. And you tell us what really has captured your imagination so that we can also just curate it in our final story. Okay, and then we have questions in the question and answer chat box. So the team will still continue answering. So we encourage as much as possible that you use the chat box, but of course we also have an opportunity to answer live. And then if there are more questions which you need them to be addressed, you can use our email address, info@uraia.or.ke. We'll write it there. So now we're going to invite we're going to invite CGD. Okay, my computer has hung. Okay, yeah, so we're going to invite CEDG. This is Center for Enhancing Democracy and Good Governance, and it operates in Baringo, Nakuru, and Kericho County. CEDG has been in partnership with Uraia for over 8 years, and their presentation is Building CSO's Voices. It must be exciting. I want to hear how this is done. And the presenter is Cornelius Odur, who is the executive director. In this session, I'll be with my colleague, Simon Mushiri. So you'll also hear from him. So we continue. So CEDG will have their time, and then we'll take the questions and answers. And then from there, we will go to the next session. Karibu, Cornelius.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Cornelius.
Thank you. So I know I have roughly around 15-20 minutes to make this presentation. Ours here is to present our experience in Baringo County, the formerly district number 1, on building civil society voice to increase government responsiveness. So Abu, are you able to share the screen?
Yes, go.
You don't appear to be seeing the screen.
Okay. Yes, I'll just try. It's on.
Oh.
Yeah, try. What is it telling you? I've given you the rights.
Or to share.
Is it agreeing?
Okay, kindly share.
Oh, we share on your behalf, eh? Oh, okay, Job, go ahead. We had an impression that you're going to share from your side, but it's okay. we'll share from our side. Just
so
one.
as you are mounting the screen, Center for Enhancing Democracy and Good Governance is a non-political advocacy civil society organization that works to empower vulnerable and marginalized citizens to claim their rights in local development and the governance processes. So our work with Uraia, as already indicated by Abu, started way back in 2002, when at the inception of National Civic Education Program Phase 1. And we started working in Baringo County, then Baringo District, before the advent of the devolved system of government. So one thing that is outstanding in this county is that for a very long period, being the county that produced the second president of the of Kenya, Baringo County was largely a closed zone for multi-party or reform initiatives. And when we started our work there, there are very few active citizen groups or civil society organizations that were championing the rights of citizens in this county. There was also rampant corruption and human rights violation because our initial project targeted the ethnic minorities, to be specific, the Endorois community. There are issues with the then Baringo local authority in as far as the resources that accrue from the Lake Bogoria. So there's a lot of corruption, even in the management of the local authorities. We had very poor, also what is called a lack of adequate public participation in local decision making, because citizens were largely resigned to receiving services from the government. So our work started. Largely with providing civic education around rights and responsibilities, and later on, as we grew as an institution, we developed program areas in human rights and governance. And as we continue engaging with the then national government departments around 2000, this should be 2013, with the advent of devolved governments, we saw an opportunity now to widen the space. And through our civic education work, a number of groups have already started emerging to champion for the community rights at that time. So the idea of activating the civil society voice was necessitated by seeking to take advantage of the devolved or the county government that was taking shape in terms of organizing ourselves for a structured engagement in county decision-making processes. So when we started this work, we first started by mapping out a number of advocacy groups, and because there are no serious or very formal citizen-led organization, we also targeted what I will call as activists or individuals who had volunteered to largely champion for their community rights. After doing a mapping of these groups and individuals, we embarked on a series of training in networking and advocacy, and how best could we work together as organizational individuals to ensure that we are heard well and we are understood in terms of the efforts we are putting to champion for the rights of the citizens. So many activities around this pointed us to the need for us to start working together as institutions so that we don't overlap, we don't duplicate our efforts, and we also to ensure that we are the basic standards of operation as institutions, because when you are so many, or when you are operating as a group of individuals separately, sometimes people go there with their own, depending on your capacity. So sometimes you're not well understood. And largely civil society was not welcomed because they were seen as troublemakers. So around 2014, this network was able to grow and develop its own memorandum of understanding that actually defined why we are coming together, the structures that will develop to coordinate our internal affairs, and how we'll be able to engage with the county government then. So in the same year, we were able to do our inaugural meeting with the county government, what we call the Governors Roundtable with the civil society organization under the first administration of the first county government of Baringo, under the leadership of Honorable Cheboy. And I remember in this meeting, we had a very specific asks or request from the county government. Having looked at everything else, we really pressed for the need for a county public participation law, because we realized that there were no framework for public participation. Public participation was not understood. It was an unnecessary bother in government processes. And we really felt that with the law in place, at least it would be a good starting point. This law was also going to entrench the establishment of a county civic education unit, because we realized that government, the county government to be specific, had not seen that they had a role in civic education, which was very important in terms of informing citizen participation in county governance. So we also say that you are not going to be meeting one-off or when there's need. We needed a structured CSO county government engagement, and this we really requested that we are properly engaged in a more certain way, regularly, and framing our engagement in the main decision-making processes. So we've been going on as a network or as a forum with strengthening our internal structures, as I'll be able to demonstrate in the next slides, please. So just a snapshot of what is contained in the Memorandum of Understanding. This Memorandum of Understanding outlines the reason why we are coming together, but more importantly, the objectives that are underpinned in this memorandum is to provide a coordinated engagement between CSOs and county government, to provide for a mechanism for self-regulation, because at the time we are doing this, we also had the Public Benefits Organization Act in place, and we felt that this platform will be the beginning of implementing the PBO Act, at least at the county level. And equally important, this platform was going to provide a space for peer learning, because there's a lot of cross-learning from our experiences in implementing our various projects. Then we are going to learn from each other. Next slide. So this picture is supposed to just signify the shift. We are coming from a very adversarial environment in which, in most cases, our meetings will be closed by the local provincial administration that they used to be called. Local councillors will call and say, oh, do you have a permit who has granted this meeting? Are you trying to introduce opposition politics? And this kind of kind of interruption that we had. And that meant that in most cases, we had to do a lot of civic action in terms of demonstrations that sometimes were disrupted and ended up with a lot of injuries. But that's not to say that our voice and our ability to engage, even in terms of demonstration, has been affected. The understanding we have of the county government is that we are engaging as partners in development, but we have the right to ask the right questions and to call government to action. But later, after our coming together and our discussion with the county government, today I can say that we have a space in which we can engage without necessarily making noise at each other. We have this roundtable, we can speak, we can raise issues. Government is able to listen, and we are able to ask them or to call them to action in a civil way or a structured way when we feel that they are not doing the right thing. So the shift is basically that we've moved from what was largely an adversarial arrangement to what I can say a structured and a civil way of engagement. So So the coming together of the Baringo Civil Society Forum and our engagement with the county government are seen as a number of positive impacts. Key among them has been on the issue of the county being able, through our efforts, to develop responsive or poor policies. Just to mention, there's been a health bill, there's been a gender bill, we've had the Public Participation Act, we've had the vocational training centers policy guidelines with the input from BASCOF. And these has really been because of our advocacy. And because now the counties are a bit responsive, they're able over time to churn out a number of these bills that will ultimately improve service delivery. Our work has also led to empowered communities because of our civic education and information dissemination initiatives. Communities are now aware and they are able now to occupy their space and ask the right questions, as we'll be able to demonstrate in the next slides. This coming together of civil society and our engaging government has really expanded the space for citizens and CSO participation. I think we are among the pioneer counties to hold a governance roundtable with CSOs with both administrations. We started early in the day with the first administration of the county government, and we had several meetings with the county government under the leadership of the governor and the county leadership, just to mention the CEC, the chief officers. And these platforms usually provide a space for policy discourse on issues affecting citizens. CSOs are able to bring out of their experience with working with citizens, their social accountability work, they are able to bring out implementation concerns or gaps in policy issues of the county government. So beyond the governance roundtable, we also have the budget days, and we are also entrenched in the sector working groups through our various thematic groups. I did mention that the CSO forum has thematic groups that mirror the county sector working groups, which provides us an opportunity to engage in our areas of expertise and interest around the county planning and budgeting processes. So service delivery has also improved over time because of our social accountability work that we do through social audits, community scorecards, PETs, and many other tools that we use like the budget analysis. So what we are trying to say here is that working together has really made us to be effective in our work as civil society organizations individually and collectively. So that is Honorable Kitis, the governor of Baringo. So with any processes, there are success factors, or what we consider to be the building blocks or the pillars that support what we feel has been the positive impact of our engagement with the county government of Baringo. One of the things that has really enabled us to continue engaging and to realize the results that you are seeing is what we are calling the objective engagement, evidence-based. I think for so many years, government felt that sometimes we raise a lot of issues without statistics or data to back them. But we've really endeavored as a forum to really back all our issues, advocacy issues with evidence. And the technical capacity that you've received from our partner Uraia has really enabled us to analyze policy documents in a way that we are able to bring evidence to bear in our advocacy strategies. Teamwork and ownership has been very important because the manner in which you structure the network or the forum is that every organization has space to contribute in the network through the thematic groups. So if you are good in health issues, you will contribute and participate in the health thematic group. Those who are good in environmental issues also have that space. So this has really created a teamwork and ownership in the way we undertake our initiatives as a forum. Regular engagement along the budget cycle has been critical because we realize that government, the way government operates is through the midterm and the annual budgeting or planning process. So if it's not in the budget, it will not be done. So we realized from the onset that engaging in social accountability at the tail end of processes does not bear much fruit. So we endeavor to engage right from the stage of planning. the formulation of the CIDP, the annual development plans, the annual budgeting processes, so that at every stage we are able to be the government at planning, to follow up during legislation, to follow up during implementation, and also giving feedback in terms of implementation to the various committees of the Assembly and the departments. Capacity building of members has been instrumental, and I did indicate in my earlier slides that continually every other year we endeavor to build the capacity of our members in various technical issues to enable them to be effective in the analysis and engagement with the county government and other stakeholders. The use of media has been very important in terms of amplifying the CSO voice, because constantly we endeavor to work with the media so that they're able to understand us, to be able to package our issues in the way that speaks to policymakers, sensitized citizens, and all the stakeholders, so that we are able to go beyond the physical spaces that we have with the county government. So you'll find us in social media, Facebook, and with the coming advent of digital platform, radio and TV, we are able to reach out to a wide range of stakeholders. So I've already talked about the budget facilitation training by Uraia, which has really been very important. And I think we currently have a pool of budget champions at the world level that have been very important as community resource persons in guiding budget deliberations at that level. And I think this has been a very important component in terms of sustainability of our work in the communities and in the years to come. With the recent COVID-19, and it has really affected our work as civil society, what has really worked for us is our ability to innovate. I think we are among the counties or the organizations that were able really to work with the county government to see to it that public participation was going to proceed even with the challenges of COVID-19. And I must report here that last year, we are able to work very closely with the budget, the treasury or the county planning unit to do an online public participation in which citizens were able to sit around in the small spaces in their wards and engage with the county government by way of Zoom to share their feedback on the draft budgets. And this was seen as the most successful public participation despite the challenges of physical interaction. So innovation has really worked for us, and we believe that as we continue adapting to new technologies, we will be able to overcome even the current challenges of public participation. So what you're trying to say is that there's enough space for all of us to work together if we believe in teamwork as organizations, and this is really going to add a lot of value. Next slide, please. So, of course, in every process, there are challenges. One of the key issues that continue to affect our work, and we are really trying to address it, is the financial sustainability. As you all know, by and large, we rely on grants and project support to be able to do most of the things that we do. And by their very nature, projects are usually short-term. And when a number of us, probably our projects have come to an end, then you find that we are not able to move with the speed and the intensity because of a breakdown in our cash flow as institutions that are supporting the network. So this remains a challenge, but because of the way we now work around the budget cycle, we found that if even without sometimes support, we are able to still continue engaging with the departments as one of the sustainable initiatives of the network. Of course, I can't rule out political interference because the work that we do as a forum sometimes interfere with the interests of politicians, and sometimes they have tried to make us look bad, try to stop us, to threaten our members. But we've overcome this by just remaining steady and explaining ourselves that we have no political interest. Ours is to promote accountability and transparency. And in most cases, we've won most of these allegations that sometimes we are trying to advance some political interest. So that's how we wanted to be understood, that ours is to create a space for Wanjiko all the people of Baringo to have a voice in local governance. I think a tradition has also been created that civil society has a lot of money and government constantly raise a lot of requests for us to support one or two activities, and sometimes these demands we cannot meet them. So what we are trying to encourage here is that they look at civil society as development stakeholders, people who are interested in promoting governance, but not necessarily putting or rolling out their budget lines. So insecurity in Baringo is something that all of you are aware. It's only this year that you also have skirmishes in parts of Baringo East, or what is called the TRT. We have really issues around inter-ethnic community struggles over pasture, grazing land, and stuff like that. Just go back to the other slide before we close this. And then we've also faced the flood that most of our people now have really suffered because of the prolonged drought and the floods that emerged from the climate change issues. And we really have to struggle with also reaching out to our communities in terms of providing financial and non-financial material support to the affected households. So you can move now. So critical lessons from our experience in the county and coordinating CSO work, the CSO forum. The coordinated approach of the builds CSO credibility. I think now we are understood well in the county. Now we are not struggling to enter into these spaces. We are actually invited regularly because of the credibility and the issues, the important issues that we've been able to pinpoint as a civil society in terms of improving the policy environment for governance and developing the county. We found that thematic approach to engagement creates room for all sectors and also leads to ownership. I've indicated that the structure, we've created structures in the forum, in the CSO forum, that mirror the sector working groups. And this has really created a lot of space for all our members to participate in the forum's activities. Evidence-based engagement guards CSO and government engagement from political infiltration. I think I've talked about this, that as long as you focus on evidence and things that you've actually researched, and that becomes the strength of your argument, it really prevents political interference. Double-edged accountability, or that we don't just want to call government to action or to seek accountability from government, but also within the forum, we seek to ensure that we are accountable to ourselves and accountable to the people of Baringo. This has really helped the forum in terms of our credibility and our standing in the county among the stakeholders. Next. Yeah, that was it. So for more information, you can get this information. We have documentaries, we have reports that you can find in our website. And thank you, Uraia, for giving us this opportunity and the support that you've granted us over these years to be able to realize these changes in Baringo County. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cornelius, for that powerful presentation. And yes, so the message is that as we're engaging with the duty bearers, we ensure that we engage from an evidence point or from a perspective where we have credible evidence, so that when you're putting our issues on the table, it will make sense, and that the approach you've used is from adversarial engagement with the duty bearers to a more civil way of doing business. That's very good. So we'll give 5 minutes for the team to ask questions. So what you do, you'll raise your hand up, and you can also write. If, as you're asking the question, if you find your internet is problematic, it's okay, just stop and you write the question. But so I'll wait to see if there are any hands, and then I can give, we can allow people. Okay, so So I can see, okay. Any hands, because the hands which I'm seeing are the old ones. Of course, Cornelius, you cannot be, yeah. Fred Onyonyi, so
yes.
Yeah, so Fred Onyonyi, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Abu. This is Freddy Nyongesa Wanyonyi from Redo, Kenya, based in Bungoma. We are happy with what our colleagues are doing. In fact, we've been really learning from them, especially on governance roundtable and how they have been managed to work with the different CSO network at the county level. Just a question to him. I just wanted to know how have they managed to bring together like-minded civil societies in the county, because we've really tried, and mostly we have different groups, especially in our county. We have those calling themselves partners, those who are supporting the county government maybe to implement some, there's a majorly service delivery, and us who are doing governance programs, sometimes they usually see us as evil society. Yeah, even if we try to come up with now real issues to engage on, some county officials, they don't like working with the governance organization. I don't know if it also happens to their region, or how have they addressed that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Let me see, is there anybody else? I cannot see any other hand. So going once, going twice. So yes, so Cornelius, is that question, actually it's a pertinent question. Yeah, CSOs, this issue of, yeah, you suspect each other, and how do you bring that unity? So go ahead, Cornelius.
No, thank you, Fred. And this is something that we've really experienced in Baringo. I think what Fred is trying to bring here is traditionally government is used to work with these what I'll call humanitarian development organizations that provide relief, direct material support to government. So without mentioning name, just to mention like Red Cross, the World Visions, the Action Aids of those days, and the emergence of these advocacy groups, the so-called activists, something that came as a shocker, because when we say that we are also development partners, they are not able to see the goodies, but these people are raising a lot of questions. And I think that is how probably you see that government is more accepting participation from these kind of organizations, but trying to shield away the advocates, the human rights groups in governance. So the question is, how are you able to bring these organizations to work together? Of course, Baringo had also similar challenges because of being a remote place, and there are so many challenges. We found a number of these development organizations, but then they also had challenges because even then they were complaining about accountability in terms of the resources they were advancing to government at that level. So we started coming together, and when they attended our meetings and they understood where we are coming from, they were able to see that this platform was going to offer an opportunity for them also to raise some concerns that were not able to raise either to the government through their initial arrangements. So I think the formulation of a comprehensive memorandum of understanding provided space for everybody, and even those who are skeptical about the kind of the way we approach issues in terms of agitation for rights of citizens, they are able to see that through the memorandum of understanding, they will be able to find space. And I think that really according them space. And even as I speak today, these organizations are part of the forum. So as much as they are not this is not their way of working, they find this space as very critical in addressing some of the issues that they even have with government in terms of management of resources or the budget support they give to the government department or the county. So having a solid framework for engagement provides an opportunity for all organizations to be able to work under this forum of the platform. And the fact that we have different thematic groups also enable that those who are working in health, because some of these partners are sector specific, are able to participate and advance their issues through the thematic groups of the forum. So having a structure that accommodates all has been key in terms of bringing the like-minded organizations. Fred?
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you, Cornelius, for answering that. I'll give Patrick Achieng a chance to ask a question. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead. And then Mohamed Salim.
Hello, Abu.
Go ahead. Yes, Patrick, Karibu.
I'm only concerned about the issue of competition between the source, in terms of duplication of programs and services within the county. How have they dealt with that spirit? Because it's really killing us here in Busia. Then secondly, I would also want to know the extent of the public participation bill. We're also getting such a challenge in Busia. We are trying to come out together as civil society organizations, but then the challenge of addressing this public participation with the county government has been a hitch a bit. So how have they gone ahead and covered this? Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Although I've heard about Busia, could you introduce yourself so that
I'm Patrick Achieng, Civic Education Coordinator, Busia County.
Okay, thank you very much. So, and then Mohamed Salim, summarize your question.
Thank you very much. Mine is very short. After the county government was able to participate in making the laws, formulating the laws, and starting the civic education unit, what is the current position today? Are they still supporting? Are there any programs going on in the county? And are the laws implemented? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, for that question. So Cornelius, you can answer this last round and then we close it. Go ahead.
Yes, the question of competition among CSOs is something that has been a problem even in many other counties that we work in. But I think if you go into a network, you should be able to ask yourself whether you are going into that network to see what you can get from the network or what you can bring to the network. And our basic principle has been you join the network because there's something you want to bring to the network, and you also want to use the network as a platform to advance or to add value to what you are doing. So I think that has been very critical in terms of our orientation and capacity building of new members. I did indicate that competition is not bad, as long as in the competition, we are able to get the best strategy to deal with the problems that affect Wanjiko. So what you've done is that you join the network and you join the thematic group that you feel you'll be able to add value, so that your participation in the network is being assessed from what value are you adding in terms of improving the policy environment, in terms of improving the legislative framework, in terms of creating awareness to Wanjiko, in terms of empowerment, so that when we meet as a network, it's not about what we are getting as individual organizations, but what we are doing in our thematic groups. So when we meet as a network steering committee, is usually a progress and a peer evaluation of what we are doing and coming up with better strategies of advancing our advocacy initiatives with the county government. So if you change the narrative from what you can get from the network to what you can do for and in the network, then that addresses the question of competition. Of course, we know most counties, a majority of the counties have passed the bills and have left them there to rust or to gather dust in the shelves. For us, we've been able to move beyond just getting the bills formulated and enacted, but seeking for the implementation of these legislation. You realize that most counties have not gone beyond the legislation. So what we've done as a network is to develop guidelines or regulations, work with the county to develop regulations and guidelines for implementation of these legislation, so to speak, the public participation bill or the act. In Baringo County, we have a civic education department that is recognized in the public participation law, and it has been the place upon which all the public participation activities have been anchored. So we work very closely with the civic education department or office that is in the office of the governor to rally around all the other departments in terms of coordinating and standardizing public participation and civic education in the county. So you need to go beyond legislation to actually push for operationalization of this legislation by working closely with the county assembly as well as the department that is concerned, because the public participation usually is anchored in the public service department. Most of the county government delivered strategy or structures. So I think I've answered both Mohammed and Patrick.
Yes, and yeah, so as we continue, there's one last question on the, I mean, I'm sure there'll be questions in the Q&A chat. You can look at them and you can continue answering them there. But in a nutshell, you're saying in terms of the partnership, if you're to use a proverb, there's enough sun for everybody to put their clothes out and they'll get dried. Just need to be strategic. Yeah. So and then since we are dealing with proverbs, so there's also another proverb that a very famous person used. He said, the only thing which can bring tears in his eyes are a piece of an onion and tear gas. So I don't know what you'll do with that information, but anyway. So now we'll go to the next presentation. Thank you, Cornelius and Sedji for your good presentation. So from now on, you'll start hearing my colleague Simon also will be with us. So from my program, you're supposed to have a small audio skit. Elizabeth, if I'm wrong, you can correct me, but you're supposed to have an audio skit by Linda's Arts. So if that's the case, we can put it on. And then we will, after this skit, we will go to our friends. Okay, no. Yeah, we'll go to Kenya Human Rights Commission. Okay, yeah, so fine. Sorry, just a correction. Yeah, we do the skit and then we can go to Habel, Omar. So let's just do the skit first. So Linda Arts, it's a youth organization which is based in Narok County. They've been in existence for over 5 years, and they do different skits addressing different social issues, health, governance, corruption, etc. Yes, yeah. So they've been in partnership with Uraia for the past more than 1 year under our Cheka na Katiba initiative. Okay, I don't know if Nancy wants to say something.
Abu, can I, sorry.
No, it's okay. You want to put something else?
Yes, just okay. To a small clarification. After the presentation, after the skit, we are going to have a presentation from Abel or Uma. Mm-hmm. Then the last presentation will be from KHRC.
Thank you very much. Sawa sawa. Okay, so let's listen to Linda Arts. We can go ahead. So it appears Linda Arts, the technical team is still addressing that. So I'll play it from my side, no problem. So just hold on there. Just a second, you'll get it. Confirm if you can be able to hear.
I can't hear.
Okay, Abu, you can allow me play.
Majamaa mulisikia mheshimiwa atapatia mayouth kazi?
Huyu mheshimiwa ako sawa.
Mkutano ilinifurahisha sana.
Mimi nilifurahi zaidi.
Hizi vitu ni za uongo.
Wewe unajua ni
siasa bure tu.
Nimemwambia mheshimiwa ako sawa.
So can you hear? Someone confirm?
Yes.
Hebu niwaulize, mheshimiwa anaweza itisha mkutano akuje kudanganya wananchi? Hapana.
Sasa mnaongelelea mikutano itawasaidia. Wacha niwapee mkutano itawasaidia.
Gani?
Kuna hii tangazo ilikuwa kwa gazeti ya jana, kurasa ya nyuma.
Gani?
Hii mkutano wa ushiriki wa umma, hii public participation, kwa nini hamjui hizi vitu?
Mimi sijaona, hata mimi sijaona.
Na nilijua ndio maana niliwapigia picha. Wacha tuone.
Ulipiga picha?
Ngoja niwatafutie.
Hebu soma.
Ndio hii nasema tangazo. Unaalikwa kwa mkutano wa ushiriki wa umma, yani public participation, utakaofanyika tarehe 7 mwezi huu hapo Maendeleo Hall kuanzia saa 4 asubuhi. Hapo tutajadiliana mambo muhimu. Hii na ilipachikwa jana.
Hapana.
Na kesho.
Hebu niwaulize, tarehe 7 si ni kesho?
Ni kesho.
Yaani gazeti inapewa notisi jana, alafu mkutano ni wa kesho.
Si ndio? Kwani kuna nini?
Hapana, hiyo notice is too short.
Too short sana.
Too short.
Tena ukiangalia Malimeko ni mbali, Maendeleo ni mbali.
Sana.
Mita mingi sana na kuna walemavu kama sisi.
Mtashughulikiwa.
Tutafika aje huko?
Hapana.
Si mtashughulikiwa.
Hata hivyo, hii mabarua hakuna agenda imeongelelea.
Hakuna agenda ni nini? Tunaenda kuzungumzia nini?
Si wamesema mambo muhimu.
Mambo muhimu gani?
Mkutano kama hiyo tunafaa kupatiwa makaratasi kabla hata hujawekwa notisi kwa gazeti. Tuambiwe kama tunaenda kuzungumza kuhusu mabajeti ama tunaenda kuzungumza kuhusu mabarabara ama maendeleo yote ya hapa kwetu, lakini hakuna kitu wametupatia.
Lakini wakipanga si walijua.
Walijua nini ambaye sisi hatujui?
Haya, tufanyeni hivi basi. Tuende mkutano. Tukitoka mkutano ama tukifika mkutano tutawauliza.
Hapana.
Mimi naonelea hivi, tungefika kwa MCA, tumuelezee hii maneno. Angalau hata hii mkutano isitishwe, ipange kwa njia inayofaa.
Ndio, hata mimi nakubaliana na yeye sana. Twendeni kwa MCA. Hapana. Mimi nakubaliana na yeye. Twendeni kwa MCA ili mkutano huu ufanywe kwa njia ambayo inastahili. Tufuate sheria. Twendeni. Twendeni, twende.
Ngoje basi.
Twende.
Karibu.
Mheshimiwa, hujambo?
Vijana, karibuni.
Asante sana
mheshimiwa. Niwasaidiaje leo?
Si mheshimiwa, ukituona hapa tuko na shida kidogo.
Shida gani hiyo?
Mheshimiwa, hata sio shida peke yake, sisi tumekasirika.
Tumekasirika
sana. Tumeona kwa gazeti ya jana kumewekwa notisi ya public participation. Lakini tunashangaa notisi ya jana wanitisha mkutano kesho. Sasa tunashindwa, mbona hii notisi ni short hivi? Una shida gani?
Isitoshe, mahali wameandaa hiyo mkutano ni mbali sana.
Ni mbali sana.
Ukiangalia miongoni mwetu kama sisi kuna walemavu na kufika huko itakuwa ni shida.
Ni shida tena. Zaidi ya hapo ni mbali, na mahali wameweka mkutano ni pale Mamboleo Hall. Na pale hata hakuna vifaa vya kushughulikia watu kama hao wako na ulemavu.
Lakini mheshimiwa, nimewaambia kama hao watu waliandaa mkutano na wakaweka vizuri Mamboleo Hall, si walikuwa wanajua wanafanya nini? Mpaka wakaweka kwa magazeti. Twendeni tu mkutano alafu tutarudi tutajua maneno baadaye.
Hapana.
Hata sisi tuko na wazazi na wangependa kuhudhuria. Watafikaje huko? Huko ni kilomita 40.
Ni mbali sana. Mheshimiwa, kumbuka huu mkutano ni wetu, yani sisi watu wa public. Na kama umepangwa lazima upangwe kwa njia ambayo inastahili. Wafuate sheria. Sisi tunataka utusaidie mheshimiwa.
Aya vijana, asanteni sana kwa kuja. Na asante sana kwa kuniletea malalamishi yenu. Pili, poleni sana kwa jambo hilo. Hata mimi alijanifurahisha hata.
Nimekuwa mkutano saa hizi na viongozi wengine na tumekuwa tukiongelelea hiyo kitu. Kwanza haina agenda. Na nikidhani mkutano wa public participation ni public, kila mtu anafaa kuwe na jambo ambalo anaongelelea, si ndio? Sasa kama haina agenda tutaongelelea nini?
Hata sisi tulishindwa
Lazima ikuwe na agenda. Pili, wamepeana short notice kabisa. Kwa sababu nafikiri kuwa mkutano unafaa upatiwe siku 7 kabla ya mkutano.
Siku 7
Haya, ya tatu ni wameweka mkutano mbali sana.
Ni mbali mheshimiwa.
Na nilikuwa nafikiria wazee wetu watafika aje. Na pia ukiangalia hiyo hall yao, walemavu watafika huko pia.
Ni mbali. Na haina vifaa.
Mheshimiwa, nilikuwa naonelea kama unaweza ongea na wahusika wakuu. Angalau msitishe hii mkutano, upangwe kwa njia inayofaa.
Acha hata nifanye hivyo sasa hivi.
Tena mheshimiwa, hii mkutano nastahili yekwe eneo letu. Tuko na halls.
Ndio hiyo. Sisi tuko na halls nyingi.
Acha niongee na yeye. Acha nizungumze na yeye.
Lakini simngeacha tu hata kama tunaenda mahali kwingine.
Hapana, wewe acha mheshimiwa apige simu. Mheshimiwa, wewe fanya kazi yako. Huu mkutano lazima ufanye kwa njia ambayo inastahili.
Sawa, acha niongee na yeye.
Sawa.
Hello.
Hello.
Habari yako?
Mzuri.
Ni MCA wa Kamoja.
Sema mheshimiwa.
Nilikuwa nataka tuongelelee kuhusu hii notice yenye mlieka hapa kwa gazeti jana. Sasa hiyo notice iko na shida. Lazima turekebishe.
Irekebishwe?
Kwa sababu mmepeana short notice sana.
Lakini mheshimiwa, tulieka mpaka kwa magazeti.
Ndio hiyo nasema lazima irekebishwe. Na pia uone haina agenda. Wananchi wataenda kuzungumzia nini? Haina agenda. Mmesema vitu muhimu.
Tutaongelea vitu muhimu.
Gani hizo?
Vitu muhimu zenye zinahusu vijana.
Hapana, nataka kesho ukuje kwa ofisi yangu na waliohusika kuandika hiyo notice. Tutakuwa na viongozi wenzangu ili tuzungumzie kuhusu huo mkutano, sawa?
Ndio.
Lazima irekebishwe.
Ni ukweli.
Na lazima iwekwe vile inavyostahili kisheria, si ndio? Kwa sababu tunafaa kujali wananchi. Haya, nikute kesho saa 8. Asante pia. Mnaona? Ni kitu rahisi tu hivyo.
Wamefanya vizuri sana.
Ndio. Kwa sababu lazima tupe na agenda. Hatuwezi enda tu kuangaliana huko mkutano hivyo.
Bila mpangilio.
Kitu kingine, nitahakikisha kwa imeletwa kwa hii town yetu. Hapa karibu na sisi, si ndio? Natumai nimewasaidia.
Tumeshukuru sana mheshimiwa. Tumeshukuru kwa usaidizi wako.
Hapana, twende mkutano kama hujapangwa vizuri. Mheshimiwa, sisi tunashukuru sana. Na jaribu sana huu mkutano ufanywe kwa njia ambayo inastahili na upangwe kwa njia ambayo inafaa. Asante sana, tunashukuru kwa muda wako.
Asanteni pia.
Asante sana.
Thank you very much, people. So that was a skit by Linda Arts about public participation. And of course, you've seen the approach. Maybe 3 key things here that, of course, the citizens, they should be a team which is actually aware about how public participation is supposed to be conducted. They copied the strategy of said GG. They went and had a cordial discussion with the leaders. And of course, this is strange. I don't know if this is in Kenya, but this lead actually agreed, and they actually had to change the meeting and give the required notice, and even they had to take into consideration the distance, the issue of people living disability, etc. So basically, these are some of the platform strategies which we use to provide civic education information. And you see, in this format, it's easy to share, to disseminate the content through social media and different modalities or mediums, especially now because of COVID. So thank you very much, Linda Arts. And now, of course, there are no questions to Linda Arts. So the next thing, as Simon is coming over, is to go to the next session where Habel is going to present. So maybe just a brief about Habel. Just give me, yeah. So Habel Omar is from Kakamega. So we can also just see if we can see his video. He's from Kakamega County, and his thematic focus or area of focus is planning and budget advocacy work. And the theme of his presentation is, actually it looks like a PhD thesis, so I'm very excited. Influencing change, engagement of PWDs in budget making process. This must be exciting. And then Habel has been in partnership with Uraia for the past 3 years, but I don't know, I feel like if we've been with him for around 50 years, I mean, he's been a good person to work with. So thank you very much. So Habel, you're on. So just before he starts, I think, Damian, you're going to voice. So you can unmute.
Yes, I'm going to do the voicing.
Very good.
I'll do the voicing.
Go ahead. So Habel, you can start. I mean, Damian, you can tell.
Sorry, Papa, can you begin the video again? So my name is Habel Ouma. I'm a person with disability. And I work with persons with disabilities in the county of Kakamega. And also, I know we need to understand certain things that need to be changed in the society to accommodate PWDs. And as a county and as a budget facilitator, we have been really lobbying. We have been lobbying to ensure that PWDs are well facilitated and supported in as far as county activities is concerned. And also, we have worked hard to ensure that PWDs receive technical support and financial support in the things that they do, and also public participation being our key focus. We have had a lot of barriers facing PWDs in our counties, barriers such as accessibility of buildings and other several things. Throughout my training from Uraia and other partners, I've been working to ensure that we wipe out the negativities and the barriers that we have in the society as persons with disabilities, so that we can change the disability, the disability face to something better. And I can say the involvement of PWDs has been successful in the work that we have done, and we are winning in several things. It's quite technical, but we have had avenues that bring out change. And through the training, which started way back 2016 to 2018 as a budget facilitator, I would want to really appreciate Uraia greatly for the opportunity that they gave me to undergo this training so that I could develop a strategy and a framework of ensuring that as a budget facilitator, I go back to my county of Kakamega and disseminate the same information to my constituents who are persons with disabilities through training them. And the organizations that are in our area have also been trained through the trainings that I received. And this one has really helped in empowerment of PWDs in Kakamega County. And I can say that in Kakamega County, we really have organizations which have benefited. And right now, all the sub-counties, all the different areas of the countries are thinking of ways on how to ensure that the trainings they received benefits them. So they have been capacitated, and similarly, they can now see how to stand independently as PWDs who run organizations. And now most PWDs are following the leadership and the trainings that they received from us. So we are really seeing new things happening because of the empowerment. It has assisted them to understand the financial procedures, and now they can be strengthened and they can work well as PWDs manning the organizations. The budget training has really helped PWDs to participate in several trainings, and I also want to laud UDPK for the partnership that they had with us. They gave me an opportunity to empower my people in my community. So the trainings are really benefiting. They are really improving partnerships, and we are building networks as PWDs who have different organizations. And most importantly, participation can now be seen in budget activities. And also, the PWDs were able to learn and follow the things that we taught them. And this has been so good to them. And right now, there is a lot of development happening. And most of them can now look for funds. They are equipped in terms of knowledge. And there is also a manual that we gave them that is in line with the report that we have, that we are implementing. And we are also planning on at least selecting areas or things that people can do to assist themselves as persons with disabilities. So we have had setbacks, but we are trying. So I want to say that whatever we have done is very wonderful, and we are winning together, and we are still advocating to ensure that the rights of persons with disabilities are well catered for, and most importantly, the awareness level in terms of the budget processes is there. So this we are doing in coordination with the leaders to ensure that PWDs develop interest in all these activities, especially in Kakamega County. And I can say we already have a bill that we are working on for PWDs in the county to ensure that they participate even in the budget processes of this county. Then we have also managed to mobilize other persons with disabilities in Kakamega County so that we can coordinate with them so that they can work as the budget coordinators in the county. So they can be the champions. And there is a group of 12 people, persons with disabilities, who are in this process. So these are people that we identified so that we can work together. And those persons with disabilities have also partnered with the Kakamega County government so that we ensure that we know how the system works. And they have been strengthened, and I believe they are capacitated to continue with this process. And I believe that everything will be well. As PWDs in Kakamega County, we partner together, we hope to partner together with like-minded people so that we can achieve this dream of ensuring participation in this process that we have now. And also, we have used several methods to ensure that we also safeguard our PWDs. And Kakamega County, I can say right now that we have had improvement, and I can say that there is high spirits of people to participate in this process. And in Kenya, we understand that we have had issues of financial challenges. So that's why right now we are keen on looking for partnerships and, most importantly, empowerment, so that our people can be participating in these processes when they are organized at the county level. So we hope to stand strong in this process. And I believe that once we have many budget champions in Kakamega County, then it's going to be easy for the PWDs also to be in touch with everything that happens. Okay, we have also had persons with disabilities lamenting about economic challenges. So we did economic empowerment training forums so that we can develop their interests in participating in self-generating activities, self-income generating activities that will be important to help them. So the budget training is a strong process, is a strong activity. So what we have done, we have built relationships with PWDs from the national government, from the national side and to the county side, to ensure that it becomes a full process that PWDs can participate in and can understand what is taking place, despite the fact that barriers are also there in this process. But what we know is that participation is key. And we have also been thinking about working to ensure that as a group of PWDs, we continue having this knowledge so that we can also be participating in societal activities and we can be well taken care of by the society. So participation to me is key in the society so that we can be felt. And most importantly, we have also worked with the political side to ensure that we have their support in this process and to ensure that PWDs participate equally, just like other people. And also, in terms of accessibility to economic opportunities to PWDs, we have also talked with the county government to ensure that they improve the welfare of PWDs and, most importantly, their knowledge. And finally, we have also partnered with other people, and also through Uraia, we still expect to partner with other people so that we can ensure that Kakamega County PWD's engagement becomes escalated to the next level so that PWDs can.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abel Ouma, for that presentation on engagement of PWDs in budget making process. My name is Simon Mushiri. I work with Uraia in the finance department. Now we are in the plenary session and it's open for your questions. We will take 3 questions due to time constraint, but we encourage you to post your questions on Q&A and we will ensure that they are all answered. So welcome. So let me check whether we have somebody. Yes, we have one. Jalim Ibrahim and then Mohammed Salim. So Jalim Ibrahim, you can go first.
Yes, good morning all. Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to give thanks to my colleague, my friend Abel Ouma from Kakamega. My question is in regards to during the public participation at Kakamega County, do we have the Braille documents? And if yes, how did they advocate for that? My second question is in regards to public participation as well. If they have an interpreter during public participation at Kakamega County. And then third, it's about the representation. Do they have a representative at the county assembly at the Kakamega County? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jalin. Then Mohammed Salim, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mine is just a single comment or a question. Thank you very much, Abel, for that representation and your effort to make sure that you're empowering the PWDs in Kakamega. Now, what I was asking is, maybe after your training, I'm sure the PWDs know the process of budget or budget processing in the country, and especially the public participation. Do these PWD members attend open public participation? And if they do so, have they managed to present any proposal so that the county government can consider maybe to implement some of their development project? And we know that PWDs have a huge challenges in terms of where they walk in the street, the buildings. Some do not they are not friendly to PWDs, or maybe in the hospital, etc. So have they managed maybe to do that because of the awareness? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed Salim. We have one more question from the Q&A, and Charles Masangila is asking, you mentioned about some budget processes, which are there? Can you list a few actual issues that you have addressed? The floor is open. Also, continue asking questions on Q&A, and Mr. Habel, please respond to those 4 questions. Damian, I think you will give voice.
Yes, I'm good.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, good morning again. Good morning once again. Okay, I'm happy to be here with you. So thank you for the good questions that have been brought forward. First of all, I want to say that in the county of Kakamega, right now, we have sign language interpreters. The interpreters have been brought for that have been employed. So in terms of public participation, they are there. And number 2, in the Kakamega County, we have a person with disability representing us to ensure that our issues are catered for, especially the appeals. We have the Kakamega County Disability Bill 2019 ready. So that one will sort out all the problems that persons with disabilities have been facing. Because most of the counties do not have the Disability Act. But right now, I'm proud to say that our bill is there. We have a bill And that bill will address all the problems that PWDs face. And also in Kakamega County, we have mapped all areas which have persons with disability. We have a census, we have counted that, we have a data. So that everything will be perfect, and we are going to organize the number of persons with disabilities in Kakamega County. So we have a data of the persons we are working with. And lastly, I'd like to also announce that before, persons with disability were not participating in these public forums, but currently, this time round, most persons with disabilities participate in these financial preparation forums, and they also contribute and speak during those forums, so that their voice can also be heard, and also everything that happens, the information, the news, they get them. And also everything regarding health, agriculture, all the information, they receive it. So that is what has been happening as at now, and everything is going on very, very well. And also we have partnered with the MCAs. We have partnered with the MCAs, nominated MCAs, and also there's also a person with disabilities MCA who has been nominated to represent us, so we liaise with them too. So we are working together to ensure that we achieve what persons with disabilities desire. And similarly, the trainings are there, and government services are well received right now. So we are working with persons with disabilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Abel, for responding to those questions. For the interest of time, I cannot see any other hand raised, but we have noted your questions, Fred Wanyonyi, Alice Karambi, and Grace Boro, on the Q&A, and we will request Abel to respond to them. Thank you very much, and continue doing the good work you are doing with PWDs. Now we continue with our presentations. And once again, we would want to thank you for really creating time to attend this symposium. And we hope that you are finding it useful and it's meeting your expectation. Our next presentation is, just a moment, is from an organization we know very well. It's an organization that has been working on human rights, and it's Kenya Human Rights Commission. It's national CSOs that cover the whole country, and it has been in partnership with Uraia for the last 4 years, since 2016. And they will be talking or presenting on issues to do with promotion and protection of human rights. And the person who will be presenting is the Acting Executive Director, Davis Marombe. And Davis Marombe, karibu, you're welcome.
So in case Davis, you're not here, we'd like to know the representative from KHRC. You can just raise your hand up. And we will put in the panel. Okay, so as we're waiting for the representative of KHRC to come on board, we will share they have a video here. So we'll be sharing that, and then I'm sure as we're doing this, the representative will.
Abu, I can see Martin Mavenjina has raised his hand. Is he the representative from KHRC?
Okay. Thank you for that, Ahmed. Most likely he is. Let's give him let's address it. Martin, just a minute. We'll put you on board. Okay, I can't seem to find him in my list. What is the second name?
Martin Mavenjina.
Mavenjina. Okay, yeah, he's there. Thank you, Ahmed, for that. So Martin, go ahead, Mavenjina. Karibu.
Yes. Okay. Okay, thanks, colleagues. Thanks, colleagues. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Martin Mavenjina. I work with the Kenya Human Rights Commission, and I want to give my colleagues an opportunity to introduce themselves, and then my other colleague will make the presentation. Thank you.
Quickly, who are the other two colleagues?
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Davis Malombe. So I'm here with Martin Mavenjina and Mary Campbell. Mary Campbell is going to give us the presentation. Just to say, we are going to share the story of Kakuzi, which is an intervention we have been involved in for many years, more than 20 years. But the support we have gotten from Uraia has been very critical in supporting this campaign from 2006, when we got fresh violations and we came back to that struggle. So it's a story of tenacity and the resilience in advancing the human rights agenda and holding corporations to account, and also utilization of diverse strategies at the local, national, regional, and international level when you advance the agenda for justice for the communities, and also the importance of working with victims and the communities which are affected or who are being adversely affected by different kinds of human rights violations. So that's the story we are going to tell and say the support we have been given by Uraia through our component we call response to emerging and historical human rights violation has been very critical. So that is the context in which this struggle has been supported, because it has elements of emerging human rights violations, and it also has component of historical injustice. So I'll invite Mary Campbell to take us through that story, which is still developing as we are advancing our advocacy at different levels in the country. Karibuni sana.
Thank you, KHRC team.
Thank you very much, Davis and Martin, and thank you to the Uraia team. My name is Mary Campbell, working at Kenya Human Rights Commission, and I will be speaking about the Kakuzi story. I hope the audio is clear.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Am I moving the slides? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so as Davis has introduced, the case of Kakuzi is one that spans many years. It is over 13 years since the KHRC started engaging in advocating for justice for the people who have been adversely impacted by the actions of a multinational agricultural company known as Kakuzi that is located in Murang'a and part of Kiambu County. So the situation, as was before, is that the company has been accused of gross human rights violations that range from rape. So this is an area where most people living in Kakuzi do not own land because they have been pushed out of their ancestral land by the company, and most of them rely on firewood for energy. So when women go to the forest to collect firewood, they have been raped by Kakuzi guards. We have had young men that have been killed by security guards in this company, either for being found in the forest looking for napier grass or simply because they have been caught with avocado. So we've had killings of young men. We've also had community members who have suffered grievous bodily harm because they were either protesting for the opening of a blocked road by Kakuzi, they were assaulted, and grievous bodily harm was caused. We've had also many cases of abominable labor practices reported to us. So issues, occupational work injuries that happen in Kakuzi, issues of excessive working hours, all these have been reported to us. And of course, I had also mentioned the issue of displacement of the communities by the company from their ancestral land. We can move to the next slide. I have mentioned the issue of denial of access by community road through public roads that have been closed by Kakuzi. So Kakuzi has closed roads that ordinarily should be open to the public because they are public roads. We have raised these issues through the National Land Commission. And because of the blocked roads, people have had to walk extremely long, long and treacherous walks through these closed roads or through shortcuts because the main roads are blocked by the company. We've had issues of school-going children that have to encounter baboons, that have to walk on snakes, roads that are infested by snakes. When Kakuzi cultivates is the hedge, thorns that fall across the roads, and children have to walk across these very poisonous thorns. So these are issues that have been reported to us over time and that we have been working on. The situation can get as worse as women losing pregnancies or losing children because they could not access maternal reproductive health care because a public road was closed. So what happens in Kakuzi is that the public, the communities are required to obtain a pass from the company before they can access these roads. So in the event that someone has been taken ill or that women require maternal reproductive health care, many of them have lost pregnancies and others have also lost babies. So this is a very dire case that we have been working on since 2003. We can play a video. You can help me play this video just to hear the accounts of the victims in one of the press conferences that we organized and convened last year through the support of Uraia. So if you could just play that video.
Okay, just a moment, we'll do that. So, okay. So Job, you can stop sharing and then I can.
Tens of people have come out to claim they are also victims of brutality at the hands of guards employed by the multinational farm Kakuzi PLC. The victims, drawn from 13 villages in Murang'a County, say their complaints should be added to those of 79 others who filed a suit in the United Kingdom accusing the company of human rights abuse. Last week, renowned UK retailer Tesco suspended the purchase of avocados from Kakuzi when the alleged brutality came to light. Martin Mora reports.
Under a tree, The tens of victims narrated their ordeal at the hands of the Kakuzi guards, tears flowing freely as the victims, who also included former employees of the company, explained how the injuries they got have made life much harder for them. 29-year-old Kennedy Musyoki lost the use of his left hand in January in an encounter with the guards.
Tulipolikata, walitoroka na watu wa kijiji, walikuwa wamefika na wakapiga nduru sana ama security wa Kakuzi. Sasa ndio walitoroka na wavuka side ya Kakuzi. Hapo nilichukuliwa na watu wa kijiji pamoja na watu wa nyumbani. Sasa ndipo walipeleka kwenye dispensary.
The gut-wrenching stories went on and on.
Saa mmoja akaniuliza umeenda wapi? Mimi nikamwambia nimepeleka mteja shule. Sasa huyo mmoja alitoka na huko kwa kichaka kame.
Sorry, are we able to see the video?
No. We're not.
No, you'll have to stop sharing the slideshow and then share the video.
Exactly.
Are we now on?
No, it's on.
Okay.
Nikoka. Sasa yenye waliona nikaa nimeumia mguu. Ndivyo waliniambia ati nilikuwa nimepita kwao. Wakanipeleka Kaguku. Kunipeleka Kaguku station. Bosi akasema kwanza nipeleke kwa hosi.
Sasa nikamwambia umeniumisha kidole. Akaniambia acha kidole hata ngali nitaita. Nikamwambia sawa. Kijana yangu hii kidogo nilikuwa naye miaka 10. Akawaambia wacheneni na mama.
Akapiga simu akasema kama mguu haijafunjika nini mifupa kabisa nirudishwe nyumbani nimaliza siku ngapi tatu. Mkubwa akaniambia wewe nenda nyumbani tutatumania wewe. Mimi kuenda nyumbani hawakutumana. Wakanifuta kazi na hawakunilipa hata nina documents zangu za naidu walikataa nazo.
Today we have evidence we gave them all these petitions. They declined to respond to them. And they say they have an open door policy with who?
A 14-year-old standard 7 pupil is the latest victim of the sexual assault after yet another harrowing encounter with the company's guards.
Mtoto wangu alienda kufunja kuni. Sasa akaenda Kakuzi, akakutana huko na askari, akamrefu, akampea mimba na akampea ugonjwa.
More victims continue coming out accusing Kakuzi company of violating their rights. The victims, together with human rights, are demanding for justice.
Unajua makampuni kubwa ndawa yao ni nini? Ni kushika nini? Soko, hakuna kitu kingine.
Kuua kijana kwa sababu ya avocado, tunasema avocado ya Kakuzi sio bora kuliko maisha ya wafanyikazi na watu wanaoishi Kakuzi.
This is being done in a dependent African country.
There is a global awakening of the extent of human rights abuse that some multinationals turn a blind eye to all in the name of achieving the overriding objective of making more and more profits. Martin Mora, NTV, Moranga County.
Thank you very much for that. I hope we are back. The audio is back. You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So that is what you have seen is a clear case of a multinational company that has been standing in the way of people and human rights. Companies have an obvious responsibility and obligation in as far as human rights are concerned. And this obligation is that companies must respect human rights. The obligation of respecting human rights is that companies are required not to infringe on the human rights of other people. In the event that they infringe on these rights, they must mitigate the adverse impact. So what we see is a company that has been completely ruthless, and you've seen for yourselves, from communities to workers' rights issues that have been highlighted in that particular video. So that was a presser that we convened last year. And because of the powerlessness of these people, we have been pushing to support them. So what we have done, in terms of what we have done to change the situation, one is that we have sensitized communities We started by just sensitizing them on access to remedies, the available mechanisms that communities can use to engage and push for justice from Kakuzi. On the land question, we supported 13 communities that have been displaced arbitrarily by the company to petition the National Land Commission. We have had a big win from the National Land Commission, where the NLC gave a ruling that all the communities that have been pushed must be, all the public land that Kakuzi has taken must be surrendered to these people. And this would include public utilities that are sitting on Kakuzi, on land that is claimed to be Kakuzi's. So we're talking about schools, hospitals, markets. All this land is supposed to be surrendered to the community. We have also engaged what we call voluntary certification bodies. These are bodies that help to basically it's a non-regulatory framework, which is voluntary, that markets engage to be able to access European markets. So it's an example of what I would give is our Kenya Bureau of Standards here that gives you a certification mark to allow you to trade. So we have such mechanisms that allow these kind of companies to trade, to export their produce across the country. So one of the mechanisms that we engaged is the Rainforest Alliance, which had at the time in 2018 certified Kakuzi, and therefore Kakuzi was able to access particular European markets because of the Rainforest Alliance certification mark. We engaged them and raised the plight of these community members and the workers that you have seen. Our engagement with the rainforest actually led to a revocation of the certification for Kakuzi. And that meant that Kakuzi at the time for a whole year could not access particular markets in the UK. We have also engaged a platform that is in the UK known as Ethical Trading Initiative, which is a multi-stakeholder platform that brings together, markets, trade unions, civil society organizations, and it looks for ethical trading concerns. So we engaged the ETI through providing a brief that highlighted the issues that these people have been going through in the hands of Kakuzi. The ETI commissioned an independent investigation, which confirmed that our claims were actually valid. So through the ETI report, we had the retailers, the major retailers in the UK, such as Sainsbury's, Tesco, and Lidl, putting a kind of plan of action to insist that Kakuzi has to meet particular obligations before it can continue trading in the UK. We have also partnered with one of our local human rights networks, together with an international research body that is based in the Netherlands, to bring a suit in London against Kakuzi, because the mother company, the parent company of Kakuzi, is headquartered in London. So we filed a suit last year in June, bringing about, at the time of filing, we brought about 79 claims against Kakuzi, claims of rape, of assault, claims of killings. For the young people that I mentioned have been killed by Kakuzi security guards, grievous bodily harm that has been inflicted on the communities by security guards of Kakuzi. So this matter has been in court for a while. While this matter was ongoing, we had one of the biggest mainstream newspapers in the UK filing a very, very detailed report of the Kakuzi violations. That's the UK Sunday Times. We played a major role to bring out these issues in the Sunday Times. And these caused a major boycott of the UK market. All the major supermarkets up to now have boycotted Kakuzi produce because of the work that we have done. And what this caused is that it pushed Camellia, the parent company of Kakuzi, to the edge. And Camellia came to us and asked whether we could do an out-of-court settlement. So as we speak, the matter has been settled out of court about a week or two ago, and a huge reparative justice mechanism has been arrived at, which I will speak to very briefly. I will speak to that later. I mentioned about this press conference and others that we have convened with the support of Uraia. We have had a number of engagements with the communities in the last 2 years with the support of Uraia, just to consolidate the case in London and to see that we are able to push it. So in total, because last year we convened what you have just seen being played, a very, very well publicized press conference. We had new claims coming up. So you saw the young man who spoke. He had his left arm very badly mutilated by a Kakuzi guard because he was caught cutting napier grass. So his and 5 other claims have been admitted in the matter that we have recently concluded. So bringing to 85 the total claims that were admitted in the London courts. Over to the next slide. I mentioned this, that we empowered communities by just training them and sensitizing them on the injustices that they were going through and the available access to remedy mechanisms. And therefore, that's where we started the journey of doing the petitions and engaging the markets. I talked about the markets, the loss of markets by Kakuzi and Camellia due to the campaign that we have engaged in. Now, in last year, February, we had the National Land Commission making that determination that I also mentioned about, and it meant that all public roads that Kakuzi has closed were supposed to be opened with immediate effect. We have had a problem with the enforcement of this determination, but we are happy about the first win, because the first win was to have the declaration that all public roads must be opened and that all public amenities that are sitting on Kakuzi land must be surrendered back to the national and county government as was determined. So the enforcement bit is part of the work we are still pushing ahead. We can move to the next slide. Now, in terms of what has changed, most of it I may have mentioned, but there are new insights, is that one, we have been able to negotiate for a huge compensation settlement for the 85 claimants. If you have been following the news, it has made huge news, this settlement, where Kakuzi is spending about 696 million to pay reparative, reparative settlement for the 85 claimants, including the litigation costs that have gone into this whole process. We are talking about costs that come to about over 1 billion shillings. So we have been able to push this, and it has been no mean feat, because really pushing a multinational company to account for its harm is one of the hardest things. And we saw that Kakuzi and Camellia had tried to, to beat the system and to get other corporate responsibility initiatives that would not cost as much as reparative mechanisms, but we have been able to push for that particular compensation for individuals. Kakuzi has also surrendered 3 roads that can now be accessed through, with the use of a motor vehicle. Previously, if you had a motor vehicle, you would require a pass beforehand to access these roads. There are also a raft of measures that have been instituted in the company to remedy the situation as follows. The first one is that there's an operation grievance mechanism
that has been instituted by the company to allow community members and workers to report at this OGM any harm, any issues that have been suffered by the communities and workers. The issues that we are raising, for instance, we are asking that this particular mechanism ought to be open for participation by communities and workers, but it's a win by itself in the fact that there's a level where reporting can happen. There's also going to be a technical working group that will resurvey the land that Kakuzi is sitting on to establish the land that needs to be surrendered back to the affected communities. Again, while this is appreciated as a proper, a move in the right direction, we are asking Kakuzi to ensure that communities and workers are adequately involved in the process. So that is the next advocacy front that we have picked. Kakuzi is also initiating a human rights defenders policy. In this policy, it will be seeking to ensure that the community members and workers who raise their voices against Kakuzi are not targeted or discriminated, intimidated by Kakuzi for speaking out. The issues are the same. We are asking Kakuzi to ensure that communities are involved in designing these mechanisms. Currently, as we speak, the company is undergoing a human rights impact assessment. They have engaged an independent company to basically assess the human rights situation and provide a roadmap that will be useful in terms of guiding the company to respect and basically human rights. The issues, again, I will not repeat that, but we're asking for a participatory approach in all these mechanisms that Kakuzi has already started in initiating at the company. We can move to the next slide. What worked for us was engaging accountability mechanisms at the local level. We engaged particular actors. I mentioned the National Land Commission that we engaged, and where we have the win around the public utilities and the public roads. We also engaged the market in the UK, and that I mentioned, and we saw that after our engagement with the certification bodies, the Rainforest Alliance, the Ethical Trading Initiative, there has been a market boycott, and this has caused a lot of tremors in Kakuzi, and that is why an out-of-court settlement was expedited. We have engaged the media. You have seen that particular press conference. This is just one among very many that we have engaged, and the highlighting and publicizing of the issues that have been happening in Kakuzi has been key in terms of pushing this agenda and in terms of eventually getting huge gains. We also sensitized the communities, and this worked for us because right now the community has been able to consolidate itself into a central advisory board that keeps pushing Kakuzi even in our absence. We recently had a press conference this week on Wednesday, and all we did was to give the community members a platform to articulate their issues. So this is the kind of empowerment that we have been able to create, and we have seen that it has worked very well. What did not work is some of the accountability mechanisms that we engaged at the national level did not work. For instance, litigation. We realized that when we took matters to court to support the communities, Kakuzi would use its muscle, so basically bringing to question the issue of corporate capture and corporate impunity, where Kakuzi would influence the judicial processes. We have seen actually where Kakuzi would thwart every effort that we tried to initiate. For instance, when we got this big win from the National Land Commission, Kakuzi went to court to challenge the mandate of the National Land Commission to be able to adjudicate on historical land injustices. So these are some of the efforts that have failed because Kakuzi has thwarted our efforts. But we have seen really that accountability mechanisms at the international level have worked very well for us because Kakuzi does not have access and has therefore not been able to compromise. On sustainability of the wins and the outcomes, the first one is basically what I said, that the community is now stronger to articulate for itself the issues. It has organized itself. We have the Central Advisory Board that represents 13 communities. So through these, we have all the people that are affected, represented in the CAC, the Central Advisory Committee. They are able to lead their agenda. That means even in the absence of KHRC, the communities are able to really drive their agenda through the sensitization and the empowerment that they have received. We have also, I'm trying to read my second point. Yes, the fact that the markets, the certification bodies, the media have now a huge interest on Kakuzi. There is heightened vigilance on this particular company is a big win. And even in the absence of a project, we expect that this heightened vigilance on the company will continue. So for instance, we have seen the media covering these issues and trying to follow up on the Kakuzi adverse human rights impact even without our instigation. So this is basically telling us the interest that has been generated by the campaign is likely really to keep a spotlight on the company. The next slide, please. Are there lessons that we have learned along the way? Yes, many. One is that we mentioned that this campaign started about 13 years ago. So as you will see, this is really a story of tenacity. It's a story of persistence and resilience, not just on the part of the KHRC and the local partners that we have engaged, but also on the communities that have endured Kakuzi's harm and tribulation for so many years, longer than the 13 years that we have been involved in the campaign. You have seen the muscle that Kakuzi and Camellia have approached this whole issue. So for instance, when we first picked the issues, Kakuzi fought very, very hard. Instead of trying to remedy the situation and trying to resettle the people and address the situation, what we saw was Kakuzi coming out, guns blazing, influencing the mechanisms that we were trying to engage in, challenging us in court, challenging the mandate of the National Land Commission. We saw that. So because of corporate capture and corporate impunity, which is really, really entrenched in our country, this particular campaign required a multi-pronged kind of approach. So you will see that we engaged many partners. We engaged Ndula Resource Center, which is our local human rights network. We engaged the Ethical Trading Initiative, which is an international platform. We engaged international certification bodies, and eventually, of course, even international media, and eventually the litigation that worked for us in the UK. So really, it required that a multifaceted kind of approach was embraced and employed in this particular campaign. So I have said that corporate capture is really deeply entrenched. It is not easy to confront it. It requires many partners to work together. And therefore partnerships for us were incredibly important in terms of realizing the gains that we did. The recommendations that we make moving forward is that there's need for concerted efforts to stem corporate capture and impunity. Corporates are powerful in their own way. They are powerful because they have financial muscle, they have political connections. They basically, that capture makes it difficult sometimes to penetrate and dismantle. So the fact that we were able to do that is because we were able to engage different people to come on board. The other recommendation is that definitely there's a lot of unfinished business. There are many unresolved issues, as you have heard about public participation in the mechanisms that Kakuzi has put in place. We are asking for additional roads because Kakuzi has surrendered 3 roads against a possible 6 roads that the communities were asking for. There are many historical land injustices that are still unresolved. Communities still have not been resettled. So until this is done, we still are looking to, work with many people, partners, synergize with yourselves, but also, of course, financial support is required to be able to push this agenda. So we are grateful for the partnership with Uraia and what we have been able to push in the campaign. In the last 2 years, we have really leaned back on Uraia support for this particular campaign. We are grateful for that, and we are looking forward to an enhanced partnership to be able to push any outlying issues. I think Davis.
Thank you very much, Kenya Human Rights Commission team, for that presentation on the Kakuzi situation. It was very informative, and the floor is open for anybody who has a question. In case your network connectivity is not okay, you can take advantage of Q&A. So we welcome the questions. So there are 2 questions that have been posted on Q&A. And the first one is from Alice, who is asking whether Kakuzi has a corporate social responsibility doctrine to which they can be held accountable. I think the question is from Otiga from CPDA Vihiga. Then we have another one from Grace Mboro, who is saying thank you to Kenya National Human Rights, and for correction, this is not the team that presented is not Kenya National Commission of Human Rights. It is Kenya Human Rights Commission. This is so encouraging. I wish they can look also at the abuse of children working in plantations and other health risk areas like sand harvesting. We all know child labor is a violation of children's rights, but I believe we need efforts to such a commission to empower the community on the dangers of such engagements and give alternative remedies. There is also a question by Nelson Minor. This is saved for the best for last. Wow, powerful, targeting the buyers and forcing the perpetrators to respond to great work. So I'm looking on I can't see any hand that is raised. So yes, we have Mohammed Salim. Go ahead, please. Mohammed, you are muted. Please go ahead. So as we wait for Mohammed to ask the question, there is also another one from Alice. Is there a possibility of engaging the British government who initially gave out the land? Most probably I can give the Kenya Human Rights Commission team to respond to those first. Oh, thank you. Mohammed, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I was saying that I have noted that the Kenya Human Rights maybe was frustrated or did not work with the Kenya National Human Rights. Maybe they can tell us if there were any challenges or if there were not Kenya National Human Rights were not cooperating. And I wanted to know also if they tried to engage the political class, which means the member of parliament in that area, and if he could have taken those issues of violation of human rights to the parliament, or maybe the engagement of the Attorney General office or the local MCA. Thank you. If there were any frustration, let us understand, because I've seen they have left these people to go to other powerful partnership, which have resulted into good success stories. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed Salim. Paul Chepsoi, the floor is yours. Paul, are you able to hear us?
Is it okay now?
Yes, yes, it is. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I saw something on a state capture raised by Kenya Human Rights Commission. Another thing on communities still fighting to realize, of course, the historical injustice. And I think I would like to, of course, thank Kenya Human Rights Commission. I think they have stood their grounds for so long, trying to fight for rights, for example, of communities that faces historical injustice. And my worries is on state capture. Is do we have a clear roadmap so that we can engage even organization or communities or citizens to realize that state capture is a danger to realization of course, human rights sovereign power. Because at the end of the day, the biggest worries is when the states capture the whole issue surrounding human rights, and of course, what is there on, of course, the rights of indigenous, the rights of minorities, communities. For example, when you look, for example, on the issue of community land, and as we speak, there is ongoing registration of community land. To what extent, for example, because I'm connecting between the state capture, I'm connecting between how will this registration of community land be realized when we have a very strong state capture across so many activities in communities in rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul, for that question. We will get one more from Elizaphan Ongechi, and then we can get a response. Please, if you have any other question, put it on Q&A. Elizaphan, please go ahead.
I'm asking.
Yes, please go ahead.
Do we have the corporate social responsibility law in Kenya? Because what we have seen, companies use that CSR as an event to take a few photos, but in the legal sense, there's no work being done by those companies. So do we have specific laws specifying the amount to be taken under social responsibility?
Thank you very much. Kenya Human Rights Commission, can take this opportunity to respond. Thank you.
Sorry, Simon, I think HRC have dropped off. Probably the questions can be put on the Q&A and we can follow up with them, but I think they have dropped off.
Okay, thank you for that, Elizabeth. We encourage you to post as many questions as possible. We will try and respond to all of them. And because of time constraint, we will go to our last presentation. It's a short one. We had planned to finish this work at 12:30. Please bear with us for only a few minutes. After that presentation, which is quite short, we will have a vote of thanks and then a national anthem to close. And as it was mentioned yesterday, Uraia has implemented its work with many other partners, civic educators and budget facilitators, and we could only manage to have presentation or only a small percentage of them. So for those who are not able to get an opportunity, we appreciate your work you have done with the communities and the stories that you have prepared. We have them and we have packaged them, and we endeavor to share with Kenyans through other platforms. Thank you very much. So our next presentation is from Tanga Organization Youth Theatre Group. And they will be performing a skit on public participation in county budget process. They have been performing for the last 3 years, and we have partnered with them as Uraia for the last 3 years. So welcome. Job, you can share the skit.
Yes. It's an audio, so it's playing.
Hujavaa barakoa leo. Hujambo Mama Esther?
Sijambo. Hamna neno?
Hatuna neno. Mbona hujavaa barakoa leo?
Nimesahau. Wacha mwanzo basi nivae. Kwani hii corona imezidi?
Imezidi. Wamesema hata kuna kuja ugonjwa mwingine sijui wanahitaji. Mimi afe nini?
Mwenzangu nimesikia kama kuna mkutano siku ya leo hii. Nimesikia kama ni saa 2, lakini sione wenzangu.
Basi mimi nashangaa, na wamesema jana wametangaza kwenye radio kwamba leo yuko na mkutano wa bajeti. Lakini nashangaa sioni watu mpaka sasa na zimepita.
Lakini mama, tusio waoga kwa kuuliza maswali na kwa kufahamu vizuri yale yatakayo uyasema.
Sawa, tusubiri labda watu watakuja.
Habari zenu mabibi na mabwana.
Nzuri sana.
Nashukuru kwa kufika, na leo ndo siku ya mkutano. Niliwapa habari kutoka wiki 2 zilizopita za nyuma, na wizara yote iko hapa na wamekuja kusomea bajeti katika kijiji chetu na kaunti yetu. Yeyote mwenye atakuwa na swali ama mapendekezo ama maoni atajibu pale itakaposomwa hiyo bajeti, na pia mengineo tamkaribisha katibu anze kumsomea ratiba yote. Karibu katibu.
Asante sana mzee wa kijiji. Habari zenu wananchi wote?
Karibu. Asante sana.
Basi naomba kidogo mnipe masikio yenu niweze kusomea haraka ili daftari la mapendekezo, ili na nyinyi pale mwisho muweze kutoa changizo zenu, maoni yenu na mapendekezo yenu, ama mtakapokuwa na maswali mtaniuliza. Nianze na Wizara ya Afya. Katika Wizara ya Afya tumetenga shilingi bilioni 3 kwa sababu ya kununua madawa ya wagonjwa, kujenga hospitali mpya, kuboresha maternity ya kina mama kujifungua, tuweze kununua ambulance za kutosha katika zahanati zote, na pia kutenga mishahara ya wahudumu wa afya. Katika Wizara ya Elimu tumetenga shilingi bilioni 2 kwa sababu ya bursaries za wanafunzi wasiojiweza, tujenge madarasa mapya. Katika vyuo vya kiufundi tuwekeze, tuongeze ujuzi kwa wanafunzi. Pia tununue mabasi kwa shule za upili. Katika sekta ya kilimo na ufugaji tumetenga shilingi bilioni 1.5 kwa sababu ya kununua matrakta, mbegu na madawa za wakulima. Pia tuchimbe mabwawa ili mifugo iweze kunywa maji misimu ya kiangazi. Katika Wizara ya Barabara na Ujenzi tumetenga shilingi bilioni 3 kwa sababu ya kujenga barabara za lami ndani ya miji yetu. Pia tupanue town zetu zikuwe kubwa za kisasa. Katika wizara ya mwisho ambayo ni ofisi ya gavana na utalii, hapa tumetenga shilingi bilioni 4.5 kwa sababu ya misafara ya ndege ya kutoka nje ya nchi ya maafisa wa gavana. Pia tuweze kununua vifaa kwenye ofisi zetu kama vile makompyuta, meza, viti na feni na mafriji na mafotokopi na vingineo kadhalika. Kwa hiyo mengi na machache, ningependa na nyinyi niwapatie fursa sasa muweze kuuliza maswali, maoni yenu na changizo zenu kulingana na daftari hili la mapendekezo. Karibuni sana.
Samahani sana. Ingawa uliomba tusikusimamisha hadi umalize. Na tulikupea fursa mpaka ukamaliza. So swali langu ni la hospitali kuhusu afya zetu. Umesema kama kumetengwa shilingi bilioni 3. Na hizo bilioni 3 hazifanyi kazi. Yaani tunaona kama tunanyanyasika tu.
Ndio.
Kwa sisi wajawazito, wagonjwa, tunapata shida. Maana hospitali umbu, vitanda havitoshei. Ingawa sisi wagonjwa tunalala chini. Tunalala chini. Wenzangu kama hamuoni kama sisi tunanyanyasika.
Tunanyanyasika sana.
Ni hizi pesa yani tuongezee.
Basi nafikiri maoni yako ni mazuri mama.
Tupate na macho atengeneze. Kwa sio wajawazito hatuwezi kuingia chooni.
Tutahakikisha kwamba tumeanakili na tutahakikisha tutafanyia kazi katika hii nakala yetu ya mwisho kabla iende kupitishwa. Nani mwingine mwenye swali?
Samahani bwana mwenyekiti.
Ndio.
Mmesema mmetenga bilioni 7 kwenye elimu. Lakini ili hali hatuoni matunda yake kwa sababu watoto hawana madaftari shuleni. Hawana vyoo, hawana madawati, wanaketi chini. Na pia kwenye shule za upili hawana laboratory. Na pia tena kwa watoto wakisoma mpaka wakifika kidato cha 4 kwa hawapati makazi. Wakienda kwenye kupata kazi wanaambia mpaka wapate rushwa ndio waandike kazi.
Okay.
Kwa nini watoto kwenye kitongoji chetu wananyanyasika hivi?
Nafikiri tutafanyia kazi. Nani mwingine ana swali?
Ndio, kama mzee mwenye kijiji.
Ndio.
Swali langu na maoni yangu ni kwa upande wa ukulima.
Ndio.
Na ufugaji. Hiyo pesa imetengwa, lakini upande wa kilimo na ufugaji hatuoni mambo. Mbegu na mabawa nini ya ufugaji wa wanyama wetu bado hawajapata mambo mazuri mpaka saa hii. Na kuhusiana na pesa upande wa gavana, hiyo pesa naiona ni nyingi sana.
Kweli kabisa.
Na ningependekeza hiyo pesa ipunguzwe.
Ndio.
Ipelekwe sekta kwanza ya unyama na iongeze kwa elimu.
Basi
hapo hata mimi naunga mkono.
Okay.
Na matibabu hospitali.
Nafikiri basi maoni yenu nimeyapokea na ni mazuri sana.
Na sisi tunaona afadhali tuweke mkataba wa kuwa ni haya mambo tuwapeleke kotini, tufungue koti tujadilia haya mambo. Maana haya mambo sisi tunaonewa wananchi. Yaani tunaonekana kama sisi hatuna haki kabisa. Tunaungana na sisi tupate haki.
Haina haja.
Tunateseka kabisa. Kwani serikali afanyaje hii?
Tutakisha tutafanyia kazi. Tafadhalini naomba mpunguze jazba zenu. Tutashughulikia na katika ile daftari la mwisho lenye kupitishwa mapendekezo yenu yote yatawekwa pale ndani. Kwa mengi na machache basi ningeomba tufunge mkutano wetu.
Thank you very much for that. Steve from Tanga Organization Youth Theatre Group. It's very informative. It's now 1. Time has really flown. We really apologize for keeping you. We had intended, as I mentioned, to close at 12:30. We also apologize for the Kenya Human Rights dropping off without being able to respond to the questions. We have noted all the questions that you raised on the Q&A, and I've seen one of their team members is back on the call. We might not be able to respond on the call, but what we can do is she will go through the Q&A, and before we close, she will be able to respond to your questions. For those who have follow-up questions, please use our email address, info@uraia.or.ke. We will make sure that we will respond to you. Also, we had posted a link on the chat. We wanted to, it's a short survey. We wanted to collect your views so that we are able to improve when we organize for reflection workshops or symposium as the one that we have done. Now, I want to welcome Martin Mutua. Martin Mutua is our Head of Finance and Support Services to give us a vote of thanks. Karibu, Martin.
Okay, thank you, Simon. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Like you heard, my name is Martin Mutua. I'm the Head of Finance and Support Services at Uraia. We have come towards the end of our Learning and Reflection Symposium, which has been going on very well so far. And I am pleased and humbled to take this opportunity to pass a vote of thanks. Firstly, I thank God for giving us the opportunity and good health and the chance to be here and to be able to share in the last 2 days of our symposium. You all agree that, you know, we have faced a lot of challenges, Uraia, its stakeholders in implementing, owing to the circumstances that have been there, especially resulting from COVID-19. Our wish and desire was to have this forum sometimes, I think December last year, but because of all those challenges that were there, and also partners were closing implementation from that program that was ending rooting democracy through an informed citizenry, we were not able to hold it in December. We postponed to be able to hold it at this time. And to that extent, we can say, well, this is the day the Lord has made, and we are glad and rejoice in it. Everything has been perfect, and here we are today. So I take this opportunity to appreciate and thank our stakeholders who have been able to participate in this forum and symposium. They include our national partners, our county-based partners, our civic educators, as well as our budget facilitators and others. Like you recall, when we were starting presentation yesterday, our executive director and Nancy, our head of programs as well, were able to give us a snapshot of the Uraia theory of change and thereby touched the number of partners whom we were able to work with. We worked with 22 national partners, worked with 51 county-based partners over the program. We worked with our civic education coordinators, for 70 of them, and about 370 civic educators, 76 budget facilitators, media representatives. We also worked with state actors, and all these were being able to be represented in this forum, and therefore, and even others whom we work with and cooperate with at national level, like the Institute of Social Accountability, the African Voices have been represented amongst others. And therefore, we are very grateful for the full and unreserved participation of all the people who have been able to participate in this symposium. Next, I go to presenters. who have been able to present and take us through. We would have liked and wanted everyone to be able to present, because I'm very sure that every stakeholder has a meaningful story to tell, especially out of those 5 years that we ran this program, right from 2016 to 2020, as we usher into our new program. Everybody would have very useful stories to share, but because of time constraints and that kind of idea, we have been able to get very good presentations. Those who are presenting, having taken time to prepare, presenting in the very good manner that they have been able to present. And just to mention them, of course, we started with the SETC from Busia, led by Jack Agola, CTL, represented by Bansi Kambutha, Kwacha Africa, represented by Johnston Kalama, Crown Trust, represented by Lillian Kangede, Masime and Ellen, representing the Center for Governance and Development, Davis Malombe and team, representing KHRC, Cornelius Oduo, representing SETC from Baringo. We had Ms. Grace Mumo, representing our county civic educators, from Grace Mumo from Makueni, and Ambel Ouma, representing our budget facilitators. So we thank and sincerely do appreciate our presenters for that. We had artists as well who have kept our program and been able to share a lot within our program. There were quite many, as you saw, starting with the first one with the spoken word, Dennis Mutuma, and the Youth for Governance in Action Center. We had Juma Zubel with the poems. We had the Leader Arts group from Narok, the Youth Center group that has waited for us, the Taga group from Tana River County. So to all of them, we give a high five and say thank you very much for that support. We had our sign interpreters who have been very instrumental and useful in disseminating this so that everyone is able to connect and relate with and share adequately with what has been happening. So we had Damien Evans, who is in front of our screen, and also Ms. Joki Chege, who were very instrumental in language interpretation, and we thank them sincerely. Further to that, we had our social media team that has been able to cover this event live and disseminate it through various channels. It was live on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and wide dissemination has been able to reach those and many who were not able to turn up to this event with us. So another very useful group that has been able to do that. So far, we have also been able to be supported by development partners who have invested resources and technical support and expertise to be able to make the foregoing program of Rooting Democracy successful. We worked with many over that period who supported Uraia directly, as well as our other stakeholders, implementing partners directly. And to mention a few, we worked with Danida, we worked with the Finland Embassy, we worked with the FCDO, that is formerly DFID, the Netherlands Embassy, Diaconia, Plan International, USAID, IFES also supported us, the UN Women, International Budget Partnership, the EVOS Foundation, and Care International, among others. They have been very instrumental, and their support is well acknowledged and appreciated, and has been able to make Uraia and its partners and all the stakeholders to be able to do their work as successfully as we have been able to share. Further to that, I'll go to our Uraia team, starting with our governance, the Uraia Board of Trustees, who have been to strategically steer us to be able to achieve what we have been able to achieve so far, and also to provide that critical oversight in the running of this program for the benefit of our stakeholders and citizens at large. Our executive director, Nancy, for directing and leading us in preparing for this, and then Abu Bakr, Elizabeth Sirinti and Caroline Nyamu, who were also steering the actual screening and running of this. And they were our also able moderators and our support group, all of it, leading from Job, Moise, Simon, Nabil, very many of them. I may not be able to mention all of them exhaustively, but kindly our team members, our colleagues feel appreciated. This was a success. It would not have been without your effort and without your sacrifice. So to that extent, coming to the end, I would say that we are grateful to all of you. We continue to thank God. All the questions, like Simon said, which were not able to be answered, we are going to answer all of them by getting in touch directly to the people. We're also going to share the stories of success, stories of change. You have heard that a lot has been shared in terms of what was successful, what were the challenges, a lot of recommendation meant to Uraia and its partners to be able to make adjustments and learning. So we are going to share that in all Uraia platforms for the benefit of our constituents and stakeholders, so that will be done. And also whoever has been able to, from a logistical note, whoever has been able to incur costs in facilitating this, we are also going to reimburse them as soon as we could. So we'll be able to undertake all that. And therefore, we are very grateful. Besides the proverbs that were shared, the very inspiring citations and taglines that have been shared by various groups, I think we also ended on a very good note from Gigi Cornelius telling us that there's ample space and opportunity for us all to work together. And we look forward to be able to continue working together. And for sure, we are very grateful and will continue to interact more and more so in the coming days, with a positive outlook of our economy, with a positive outlook of our, COVID situation improving. We will think that we'll be able to pull together, and in that spirit of abundance, as shared together, we'll be able to work together all. Thank you all. Unless there is a burning question, I think we are very grateful as Uraia. Over.
Thank you very much, Martin, for the vote of thanks. We will now have the national anthem, and thereafter, guests can leave at their own pleasure. Thank you very much. Continue doing the good work, and God bless you.
Tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu struggle for Kenya's democratization and responsible leadership is a long and a winding journey that predates its independence. The various movements that fought for independence from colonial rule felt betrayed by the political elite who, once they were in power, conspired to preserve their interests and those of their cronies. This is why even after the attainment of independence, there remained a constant push for the liberation of Kenya from the political elite who were thought to have betrayed people's expectations during the fight for independence. This was no mean task. It was a